share ideas and you have to be able to collaborate because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, weren't talking to. There were biologics experts, like
super frustrating. I don't remember exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago, but I think it started with the seats, the actual skin of the craft. Everything looked like it was made from the same material, and I wanted some information about the skin, the superstructure of the craft, and they said no, that's restricted. We need a reason for you to. I just want to see if everything is exactly the same material, and what I call the seats in the craft, I don't know if they're the. But I wanted some restricted information too. There were other groups working on that. So they compartmentalized stuff so much. There was no exchange of information between any groups. I mean, you could submit a written that your supervisor, in my case Dennis, would have to carry over and they would have to approve. And, you get a 2 or 3 line response from, the other group. But that's not how science works. Science works on the free exchange of information. And they were just killing themselves with security, and really terribly frustrating.
So is this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't truly understand how collaborative science works?
Yeah, that's it right there. You can't stop right there. They have no idea how that works.
Because it stands to reason that whatever that thing was made out of probably in some way interacts with the propulsion system and whatever controls that are in it, that this material has to be particularly unique.
Exactly. That's exactly my point. And I suspected the material was an electric. You know what an electric is?
No.
Okay, like a magnet, a permanent magnet is like, it's a magnet. It's
right.
Forever it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field. An electret is a material that has a permanent static field to it. A static electric field to it. And I strongly suspected that crap was made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys, I was not allowed to connect that to, but that's so important to connect it to the propulsion system and how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier and the emitters, and I wasn't allowed, the information I needed. So it was, I don't know, it was self-defeating.
Well, it seems like they were treating it like a fighter jet or an automobile. Like in an automobile, you have the outer area, the shell of the car, you have the doors, the skins, the hood, the roof, all that stuff, which is meant. But then you have the propulsion system, which is the engine, the transmission, and the tires, the wheels, and the suspension. But they're all not connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different functions.
Right.
I think the idea or the concept, at least as I'm gathering from you, is that this thing all worked as a cohesive unit.
Right. With no physical connection between the subsystems.
And all of it made up material.
At least on the outside. They all made up the same material. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in them. So that brings to mind, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 that makes, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory making these things? And, your brain can just wander off in directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people that...
Oh, I saw them. I know them. And Barry, we'd go to the lunchroom, Barry would point them out.
And you weren't allowed to communicate with them at all?
Oh, hell no. You have a lab partner, which in my case was Barry, talk to any other group, that has to go through a written request, has to go to your supervisor, and he'll bring it over to them, and they'll bring it. But yeah, that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they're probably still up.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you theorized at least that this all can be connected? That there's something about the way the metal works.
Oh, we all knew that. We all knew that. Because we get requests from other groups. And you can tell they're desperate just like we are and fighting against the system.
What kind of requests would you get?
Just exactly what we found out, where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed into the emitter and you can touch the reactor itself? And I just little things like that, and actually that was an important thing. When the reactor's operating, is it perfectly tuned, the emitter, to where it removes all the energy from the reactor and pushes it out the bottom? And the answer to that was no. I remember that as a specific request from one of the groups. The metallurgy group is the one that we really wanted to hear from. And some of the groups, I don't even know what some of the other groups were. But
how many groups were there?
I don't know. There were only 22 people there total, including myself. So I would like for you to tell Joe, one of the things that also interested me, because I built the craft, is how the waveguide worked with sealing and the interior and how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescope. Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgist people. The reactor that sits on the bottom of the craft, little dome over it, and there's something that looks like a pipe. It's like you can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor in and lift it down. But like a antenna works on an old walkie-talkie, it has different sections.
There it is. There's from the video.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can retract the pipe, but there's no sections and it doesn't get any thicker. It just becomes smaller. And if you look underneath, where the emitters hang down, they turn, it doesn't buckle. It's a magical material. This is the basis of the craft. Is really the material that it's made of. It's amazing the way it works. You can push it into a smaller volume, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't get bigger physically. It's I don't really know.
So you're lifting a pipe up and down.
It has to get bigger, because the material has to go somewhere. This doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimensions. It just becomes smaller.
How?
Well, yeah.
You couldn't talk to the metallurgist. So
But those guys knew how.
They did know how.
Well,
they know it did it.
They know it did it, and that's their job. So I imagine they have more information than I did. But that was, it was. And the waveguide helped the emitters. They come down, and the emitters can turn and bend, and the pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And there's no wires or anything to make the pipe bend. I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it to.
I also thought it was fascinating. There's no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right, it comes down to the material.
But at the time, 3D printers weren't real, right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted. Because you can't build anything without seams. And and then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff like that made sense. Some sort of 3D printer, or they grew it, in some. Of course, it's not a crystal fashion, but I don't know how that was fabricated, but it was fabricated different than anything that we have. I don't even think it was 3D printed.
And so you never, the metal was, what kind of consisted of?
All I can say it was cold to the touch because when I touched it, but I can't say if it was a ceramic or not. I'd say it was metal because it was cold.
Because it looks like metal. And
it looks like metal.
This is the Designs by Perry version of it. Is it? How much that look like?
No, it's 100%. That's it. Yes, that's got to have the first ripple sway black. Yeah. So Luigi has gone over this. I mean, so many times. So, there's an insulator ring.
Right. Can you show what it looks like in the film? You can show one of the images.
I was pulling off the trailer now. Oh, yeah, on the trailer. There's a ring. There's a ring around it. And we measured the voltage of the craft, and there was a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is not a good shot. There's probably the original trailer. It's that one there. And actually, right after this, it's actually before this. You're gonna see the and if you see black, right, there's like a black line. It's the first ripple. That's actually not metal. We call that the time, and
It's like two completely different chapters. Once of your life, you were in its presence for how long?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 days. And
time it did for sure. It's actually 3 stages to the life. During was when it happened, and part of my life is almost trying to dismiss it.
You didn't talk about it a long time. After you talked about it a little, made some videos explaining things and how things work.
No, I don't really like public attention, and really like doing interviews. Well, it's an insatiable object at that time. So, I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? So did they split it up and move it to other places? I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like Kwajalein or something, but they said the expenses were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody. And they hated the fact that it was right alongside the highway in Nevada, by south of Area 51. But that's the best place they had at the time, the most affordable. And of course now with budgets being so tight, who knows where it is.
Who knows if budgets are tight for this though?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I mean, they did say at whatever expense, figure this out.
Yeah, they were serious about that. We don't really care what it was. So like the original UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that ship to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And,
or at least anything that's possible with today's technology. There you go. Which they're my problem is that they're dealing with something that's not possible. You couldn't build it from scratch with American technology in 1909.
Really thinking about that now, I'm not sure, I'm not exactly sure these guys should be allowed to do that. This is really powerful technology, and the world has really changed. And we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now. Nonsense. And, I don't know, this can be a very powerful world-conquering technology. And look, for 40 years, I think I've said this before, 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. There are idiots. These aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed, no, let's not say anything. No, let's not say anything. There has to be a reason why. Maybe I'm no, really, maybe they're right. And
We are joined by our newest Is vast. I didn't know about it.
What's up, Stouts? This is Greyhound. No one will know for sure. Elevate, Elevate, Elohim, Chaim. But this is the majority. That's fine. Praise 31, 1 son of 35, 26, 35, Enosh, son of Seth, Gordon. Whatever my son of Seth, one way. I'll set my best view. On our stage, by the one in the most of still, Holy Temple, and the day from there. Today is 20th of December, 87. I will be now and check for some of the new circuits now, except for I'm not back to the universe. Who has sanctified us? Good. These commandments of command the kind of the honor. Today is 6 days of the honor. May the mercy shine unto us the service of the make that and close speedily in our days. May the merciful one restore unto us the service of the best. Make that to its place speedily in our days. Sorry, bro. Is that the end of your story? No. Bullshit. Did we already do this one? I don't know.
situation beginning in the early 13th century, maybe the late 12th century. That as such, as I don't want to say the only driving issues, but spawn. We like to claim Maimonides, especially as progressive Jews, as sort of connect. But Maimonides' lifetime was incredibly polarizing. Maimonides was not accepted by many Jews. There were many Jews that hated him and literally turned his books over to Dominicans to have them burned.
Didn't we already
Of
watch
course, that
this?
was a pretty bad idea because when the Dominicans were like, you have these heretical books, we want to burn them, can we burn some more books? So, of course, lunch and the world of esoteric, where we explore King and his philosophy. And the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism is getting a handle on just how those ideas developed over time. It's just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Always been schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah was incredibly flexed in Israel under the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series is exhaustive by any means, but should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also use to situate developed Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are pure. Like two congregations, Theo from these lectures to reach a larger ear by entering the introduction to Jewishism and Kabbalah. We'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find playlists. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I hope you check out my content on topics in esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occult by joining my Patreon or with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your donation. Now, let's enter the... Alright, so welcome back. Let's do a little bit and what we got through in part one of this talk about the Sacred Zohar, which again is one of the most intimidating books that I know of. People about how the phenomenology of spirit by Hegel is intimidating. The Sacred Zohar, the Book of Radiance, is a mystical midrash. It's a kind of literature that's sometimes described as Jewish jazz. Not that there aren't Jewish jazz musicians, but medieval Jewish jazz at the literary level. It's where a person, so you get something that's completely unrecognizable. But the idea is that if you know the guy that used the riff and he thought this riff and that riff can do a lot like in So what we have is a kind of mystical figure sometimes largely on various sections of the Bible, although the Zohar is very uneven. Some stuff like Genesis 1:1, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, dozens and dozens and dozens of right much at all. So it's kind of even is composed of actually several combined together. Some of those minor words within the Zohar, which are self-contained units. Those self-contained units can be very accessible. The Saba or the Yanuka, those sections are relatively accessible. Other sections like the Sifix Nuda, which is only 8 pages or so, is completely a mystery. It's one of the most difficult texts in all of Kabbalistic history. There have been doesn't come merged in the 13th century in the circle of Ibn a fellow named Moshe de Leon, is the principal author, but we know scholars think that there are lots of other folks' hands on this. The traditional world, in the Orthodox world, trace of Yochai, the second great sage, and what's important about that is from their way of telling the story, right? So the academic story is that he goes Spain in the area of Leon. The Orthodox story is that no, it was actually composed by Shimon Bar Yochai in the 2nd century, and it was only revealed to the world in the 13th century. So it existed the entire time. It just had only been revealed to the world by Moshe de Leon, and it's maybe two of the more difficult concepts to grasp. And one of those is Ein Sof, and this is God and God's most transcendency, which is to say that you can't say anything about this conception of God.
Let's use my definition.
It's a conception of God that's completely transcendent. Nothing is true of it, and you can only talk about it in the negative. So this is a way to do philosophy. Big way Kabbalah, the Zohar, is trying to answer a lot of the same kind of questions that were relevant in medieval Europe at the time, theologically, philosophically. And one of those questions is, can a being beyond all adjectives, beyond all predicates, can we even talk about? And Maimonides' famous, no, all you can do is think God is wise, because God is wise in a way that you can't possibly understand. Wisdom to God's wisdom is blessing, and therefore then God isn't wise. Or perhaps you can say he's making double negative, right? Infinitely non-ignorant. Then we can infer from that logically that God is all-knowing. Now, if it started to end it there, we would not hear, right? Something must have created this world. And so that process by which that happened is the sphere of the numeration. It's cyclical. That's what's in the word in Hebrew for number. It's mispar. And so it's not that. That's the standard noun you derive from the root of safar, but it's not. It's spheros in the plural, and so it means something like what we've seen. Earlier Kabbalists had up to 13, and these are transcendental emanations of the divine. That's just a really clear way of saying these are parts of God that they flow out of that the vast emptiness of Godhead, and they flow out in discrete moments. The development of the Godhead is a process, not a thing. And so as things develop, you can tease them out. You say, oh, that's one, and that one is this one because of this, and that one's different from that one because of that. So you can see how these things are different because they're different parts of the dynamic process of what God comes into being. One way of thinking about Kabbalah, all of Kabbalah, is to imagine that Kabbalah is basically dedicated to the development, humanism, and the external and internal relationship of the Sefirot, and also the relationship of the Jewish people, Jewish law, to the Sefirot. And we'll see that in a big way too. Because what's really important to grasp about the Sefirot in the Kabbalah as they are, and thinking about how Israel interacts with Jewish law, and that interaction with Jewish law has a direct bearing on the sentence by giving the poor, and everything to do with you give to the poor because that act of tzedakah, right, that act of righteousness, readjusts the dynamism of Godhead and corrects the nature of God in some way, or aligns it in the way that it brings about. So this is a two-thing idea we covered last time. What is the Zohar? How was it composed? Who composed it? Those are all big, complicated questions until the early 20th century. Anyway, there's still the original thing of God being so without end or no thinness. The bridge is out of the so that reaches down to our world in the road. Any questions from last time? People like to ask questions I can't possibly feel like slide 10 and not 50. Because this is says 11 and not 9. That's why. Trivial question. So it's so you think, and it's a complicated pun in Hebrew actually. So Ein Sof written with one way of spelling Aleph and one way of spelling Ayin, two different meanings of the word. So what it means without infinite. Right? It means so it means nothing. Nothingness. And so there's a complex pun on this. Now, what you can do is you can, and we'll see this in a minute with the word keter, they'll pun on this, but one of the problems is sort of the Hanukkah problem. How many different ways we know what to do with the negation that's letters in the word Hanukkah. But there's a complex pun going on too, right? So homophonically, it can sound like the nothingness, but also it can sound like nothingness. Jewish Buddhist, Kabbalah, Jewish Buddhism, they get along pretty well. So I could have a follow-up question, and I mean, we're not in 13th century Spain, so I just wonder about the Aramaic, and if that was Hebrew, a chunk of time, Arabic speaking, wondering if they were distinguishing the pronunciation the way like many people would, or if it's like modern titles. So it's just a little right for Rick. I have, in terms of historical linguistics, I really have no idea when that distinction was lost. I mean, even in the Talmud, they talk about people who aren't making a distinction
Moshe DeLeon was making a distinction. But and it's interesting, right? Because the pawn only works if you don't make a distinction. If you pronounce iron as the same, and not iron. Because if you do pronounce those and go for it, we do pronounce them differently in the word. So my sense is we like that pawn. We're reading them. Group in the book and one. And I know this also requires knowing something about how much Rabbbi was spoken in the book. So my sense that because of that pawn is possible to them, and no one criticizes the pawn, then they must pronounce the two letters the same. Yes, but I'm not a total. About Rabbbi Arabic and Nigerian in the 30th century. That's definitely. Other questions before we jump into the sphere of there it is. The image that I think most folks who have knowledge of Kabbalah, heard of Kabbalah, have seen this dozens of times. This is the classic image of anyone in Kabbalah what's going to come up. And I put off putting it up. The reason why I put off putting it up is because I don't want you to get fixated on it. All of Kabbalah is even the alignment that you see here on the screen right now is an ideal alignment. This alignment will never happen in our lifetime unless a Messiah comes. In the Zohar, they are very clear, the writers of the text are very clear about what the Sphirot are. And it's very clear from the writer of the Zohar that's not the case. Because the world isn't perfect. So what you're saying of the Sphirot, not as they are, not as they ever have been, ever, but as they will in the Messianic era. Right, but when Hashem's name is called like this, but not until then. So one of these ones screw up people's minds is that this is the spirit of life. They don't like this in the Kabbalah. In this one, they do not like this. But if they did, our world would be different. But our world and the supernal world are each other. And if that's been bad today, anything's bad to happen to anything at all, that means that the supernal world is also alive. Which means these relationships are the thing that I just want to begin on. I want to pound this drum. The thing I want to pound this drum is that this is an ideal representation of the Spirit, not how they are. They're always in an inner dynamic, right? God is sort of polyamorously in a relationship with God itself. And all the various people, entities within the first sphere of right top, it's open to Ein Sof. Everything emerged from Ein Sof. So from above here being nothing. And yet here was everything. Ein Sof is up here. And then the first thing to emerge was the crown of God. The first appearance is the inner glory of God. It's the first moment of God's divine will. Because in order for there to be anything, there must be intention. The inner intentionality of God stirring. I mean, this is part of you. Have folks ever woke up before their alarm? The thing that made you get up before your alarm is not even conscious to you. It wasn't like you conscious of it. It's that something arose in consciousness, before consciousness. Imagine this is the thing that gets up before God's alarm goes on. Right? Keter is that. It's not conscious. It's not a thing even.
It's completely unknowable. You can never know the thing that you get up 1 second before your alarm. But something stirred primordial consciousness, and that first thing is not there, and we can know nothing about it. Except for it must have happened. We can logically deduce it because things are here. It says I am. No, because it's a kind of no. Ein Sof is an unknowable nothingness. There is a knowable nothingness. Now, when you wake up, you immediately come consciousness. But if you've never had Google Map, your Google time, it's like a flag to do for the day. That momentary flashness is called. It's pure undiluted consciousness that's completely just a flash of everything that you know all at once. That's Pokemon. Because it's like everything that you know against you all at once. It's a gestalt. You have to parse things out. You have to be analytical to think, all right, now I have to get up. Your consciousness has to be compartmentalized level structures. That analytification, that analytification of God's consciousness is enough. It's God's intelligence, or God's being right, as opposed to God's wisdom. So the flash, and then the analyticalization of that flash. And you can see how these happen immediately. They're not brief moments. They're not like long periods drawn out. These are like logical reductions from each other. We'll come back to Dot in a minute. Dot, some weird sphere of Chesed. Chesed is the immediate moment where what do you do in the day? What is the first thing you should do? Take care of yourself. You got a lot to do. What's the first thing you should do? Make some friends. Call. Take care of yourself. This is a part of you that's loving kindness, pure loving kindness. But if you stay in loving kindness, you're never going to get you can't just love yourself. Work. Is God hearing me on email? So what do you switch to now? Judgment. You have to move out of the world of chesed to the world of judgment. And judgment is a part of you that judges. It says this is the email not a response to. I don't care what it says. It's judgment. Judgment, when it's unchecked by chesed, that's evil. If you're just pure judgment, it's terrifying. Any lovingness and violent, vengeful rage. And in fact, in a couple of tonight, this is where evil comes from. Imagine a bowl flowing from Bina to Chesed, right? And then the Chesed flows immediately to Gevurah. Gevurah flows out a little bit. Pure, unchecked, flows out. That pure, unchecked judgment that flows out goes to with the evil tonight. Now, when all of these things are in balance, all these births are in balance, that forms the balance between justice and mercy, between political thought and pure insight, between the divine nothingness. That is Tiferet, the balance of everything that can be made. Because you don't judge, you don't love, you don't think, you don't be wise. And Tiferet is the womb of creation. From Tiferet, we have Netzach and Hod. Netzach, very strange little sphere, but don't get into it. It's very interesting. This is the fact that you have to persist in goals, or you reach your intellectual goals, or you reach whatever you have, and you want to stay there. You can't stay there. You have to continue to grow. Netzach is the part of you to grow. It's a part of you that pushes you a little further than you can go. or inward, right? Because if you think you can only grow, you have nothing but blind ambition, well imbalanced. So you check it with, you turn inward, you become introverted. In many ways, Netzach and all God's extrovertedness, those come together in Yesod. Yesod is something like absolute mind, unity, concentration. Everyone's together in Yesod, and this is God processing. God is processing outward momentum. Balance, right? Because that's how we imagine this thing forward. Never balance like this. It's balance between God's exuberance and God's interiority. I'm an introverted person. Alana, as you may know, that you're an extrovert person. Imagine the two of us combined with this very beard, warrior that I have. Both of these things combine Yesod. This is the balance of the divine. The balance of the divine is balanced. So what we match to it, the vagina of the divine, the vulva, the core vagina of the Yesod and Shekhinah fold in upon each other. You must think about this thing in like 3 dimensions. They fold upon in on one another. And into that folding flows out pure Shekhinah. And you can see here it's at its bottom, almost like a womb, right? It's open up. And the bar here, this is where our Malchut is shifted. Shekhinah is how we interact with God in this realm. And this part of God is feminine God. And so this is a reception and expansion of God's power. This is the womb grows to hold the child, God is expanding. This is the part of God that receives all of the other spirits. And not only that, but God. And so we are in the world of Malchut. We receive the law. Very important. In a moment, we receive the Torah. With the Torah, we become pregnant with the Torah, wedded to God. Israel all in the idea of Kabbalah, Israel's always female, we are wedded to God. We catch, in some way, this divine procession, and by following Jewish law. So it's not just Malchut and Shekhinah or passive feminine. It's not the feminine and Shekhinah is. So receiving, but very importantly, processing back up. Recessing back up. Here, it's mirrored back up the entire structure. This is the holistic solution of what we mentioned last time. How do you bridge the infinite and the finite? You start from the infinite recess of Mitzvah, way up here above Keter. There are these dynamic moments of God. And Shekhinah bounces them all the way back up. Procession and recession continues. As long as it must continue until everything's balanced. And that balance, achieving that balance, is the goal of Kabbalah. That's it. It's not your denial of your ego. It's not your obliteration of desire. It's not you being whatever. Because it's not thought about it. It's not about you. This text imagine Israel incorporating this law of Shalom and 3 that's the goal. It's achieving metaphysical, cosmic, interior balance. That's a metaphysical thing, physical thing, all those things, all of them work. So, this is the image of the Sphirot. That is the 2-minute, 3-minute explanation of what's going on there. Now, again, what I want to drive home about this is that this is never balanced. It's never balanced. Because if it were, we would not live in a world in which there was suffering and balance. Now, it's not to say that in the world there won't be. Some kind of violence. There might be all kinds of violence. It just might be that balance matched by necessity. Because they don't go away. properly. Because in Jewish law, which is the perfect example of law according to the there's 4 modes of the death penalty. Be beheaded, burned, stoned, set. So there's a imagine to be executed, even in a perfect world. Be part of the Ra. So again, don't put your liberal, progressive, woke ideas. Don't do it. That's not the way to imagine the world. What's important is the laws of Moses. Come back to that point. Let's talk about the Shekhinah. Sorry for the technical on this slide. I'm not sure why. It's actually covering the Shekhinah is a thing about God, part of the aspect of God that settles amongst the world. It's a part of God that exists at our register of reality. And this idea has a couple of historically important precursors that I want to mention. The first is the instances of the discussion of Yahweh. Yahweh had a wife. There are really early images of Yahweh actually having a consort or a wife, and this being Asherah, the earliest depiction we have this being is having a wife. It's early on in the very difficult relationship with the idea that God could have a feminine consort. One way of dealing with that was dealing with the feminine Asherah and pushing the worship of Asherah. The other thing you can do with that is sublimate that. Good classic Freudian terms. What that means is that there are all kinds of aspects of God that sort of get divinized, particularly God's wisdom. If you've ever read the book of Proverbs, it's a long section where wisdom, almost like where she's described as perfect, beautiful, and she's contrasted with the alien woman, the Isha. There's an idea that wisdom of God maybe be that much important so far later. Also, the idea that God has a kind of presence in the world that's distinct at some level from God. That God here as the angel of the Lord, or God here as a be on the mountain, or dwelling in the Mishkan, or the fire during the day. The world can be different than God. There are 2 possibilities. The reality of God. What's happening by the time of the Babylonian Talmud is the word means presence or indwelling. And while the feminine as a woman, as a feminine gendered woman, gendered entity, because they just think of it as a grammatically feminine noun as a woman. So our goal is that so far, different by here, are going to be mystical. Not that they read things in their plays, they'll do that too, but how they read things very literally. And if the text says a Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah is in the 50, full stop. It just is. It's a logical reality. And we'll see. It is a case that there are often things that you may know is that very, very, very nervous about Recluse. Another one of those books that the Bible is very concerned about was Esther. It never mentions God. And another one of those books the Bible was very concerned about was the Song of Songs, because it's about teenagers having sex, and that seems weird. So the rabbi said, look, it's not about teenagers having sex, it's about the relationship between God and Israel. Well, if God is the masculine partner relationship, well, what does that leave Israel? Well, it leaves Israel the feminine part. And I should say, well, it's not Israel being feminine, it's another part of God. And so we have this idea developing over time. Well, we see that over the course of about 1,000 years, the concept goes from being a grammatical concept with an element of God living in the world, being an ontological, metaphysical construct with actually God being feminine. So there's a lot of complicated things going on in that. Also, what's worth pointing out here, I don't want to go on this too long, is that in the old Gnostic mythology that developed primarily in texts like the Apocryphon and some other texts as well, and the Nagamachans and pagans who believe that knowledge as opposed to faith liberated you from this world. That if you knew certain kinds of things about this world, you escape from it, and that's what knowledge saving you as opposed to saving you from being saved. There was somewhat similar to what we find in Kabbalah later, and similar to Neoplatonic stuff, Middle Platonic stuff, where God flows out of God's self. And then at the very last rung of there's a disaster. And that very last in the book of Proverbs. And Sophia wants to create something in the world that she is creating an abomination called the Alpha Power, which is probably used for chaos child. And this is the text describes it as a living and something really ignorant, blind, chaotic, in an entire world in itself and its insanity. Our world is the world of that evil entity creating it, and the world is just prison for us. It's a giant trap. And so what ends up happening, and not to rehearse this too much, is that there's some good evidence to say that elements of that kind of mythology survive in Judaism along with humanity. We see similar to that sacred by here, where it describes wisdom as a maiden from a far off land, or a maiden from a foreign connection all the way back to the late Bible world. It's a Gnostic worldview, which again, that term is a bit problematic in a lot of ways, but we think that maybe the term emerged from that milieu. The last thing I want to say about the Shekhinah or thing is we're living in 13th century Spain. If you know about courtly culture, idolizing remote women who's completely virginal and to sing all these praises to her, but you can never have her. This courtly literature is a huge part of Spanish literature, but also at the troubadour level. And so there's enormous outpouring of infinite longing for that happening at the literary level, at the musical level, at the popular level. Also, the other thing I should point out here that's also very important is at the same time that's going on in the Jewish world, in the Catholic world, in Spain, it's also the adoration of the Virgin Mary in the same way that it is now, that really and very, very popular. And so there's some to believe that adoration of the Virgin Mary should be not larger hegemony, where the Jewish was, look, they're trying to burn a bunch of us, and what's really popular is this whole Virgin Mary thing. Well, we got that. It's not even Virgin Mary, we got God. God's a woman. God does all the stuff, cool stuff Virgin Mary does. So if you read this over carefully, a lot of this about cheating looks a lot like the kind of stuff that developed the Marian cult. Surprisingly, the minority culture is mirroring in a hybridity way, something like Homer Baba, but they're hybridizing the Marian cult and developing a hybridized version of it, and that hybridized version meaning of their tradition. There's a lot of debate about that, but I find it very analysis, especially when you take some post-colonial study of the sponsored Spanish culture, particularly in song, but also with Aryan culture. Again, we use the word culture not to diminish their religiosity, the Shekhinah becomes an explicitly feminine aspect of God. In the sacred Bible here, we have echoes of this, we have murmurs of this, but it's in the Zohar that's the aspect of God that's human being. And this tense malchut, the world of indwelling, the world of the kingdom, is often tied to Rachel. You probably know associated with mourning. The world of malchut is associated with color black. All of the various are associated with colors, matriarchs and matriarchs. They're all associated with all kinds of parts of the body, as you probably saw in the diagram. All kinds of things that get associated with it. What the writer of the Zohar does is something very interesting. When they want to find where Sinai is, they roll on the fact that anytime you see the word et in Hebrew, et, as you may know, represents in Hebrew, et is a direct object marker in Hebrew. It doesn't get translated. So if you want to see it, for instance, at the very beginning of Genesis, I have the very first verse of, or part of the first verse of Genesis here, right? Better sheep but I will see es Hashemayim be'aretz. So better sheep but I. So in the beginning, he made God. What? S. Et. Check my correct. Say, in the beginning, he created God, Elohim, gods. Et, direct object marker. What did God create? Hashemayim be'aretz. God created the heavens, and further direct object marker. So in the beginning, God created heaven here. No, never. So the et here, Aleph Tav, and Aleph Tav cannot just be superfluous. They can't just be random direct object markers. What are they? It's a Shekhinah. And so they say, no, this is the world of the Shekhinah, that this world perhaps is the world of the Spirit, and then after the Shekhinah is Hashemayim be'aretz. And that's first. Then the earth, the Aretz. And so here, right, the Aretz. What we have is a very incredibly literalistic reading of the Bible, where a direct object marker is not just a direct object marker. It's the creation of the earth, the emanation rather of Shekhinah into the heavens, and then further into the earth, into the world of Malchut, into the world of our world. They make a lot. Zohar is all about this because it means that Shekhinah dwells in the heavens and she dwells in the earth, and that's in our world. And notice who does not dwell in our world. Elohim. His creation is his he creates, or you could say. What creates him? In the beginning, nothing created. What created? Elohim. The Sphirot. And then what for them? And where is Shekhinah? For the Kabbalist, the Zohar see the entire structure of the Sphirot echoed. The first 6 words of the Bible. Things of it that are unusual. But rather because they're reading it. Incredibly literate. So, what's fascinating about this is that, again, it shows you something about how the Zohar works in terms of Kabbalah hermeneutics, and also what's very difficult, because if you don't read Malcolm, what is called equivocation, according to our world, take present Ethiopian Kabbalah, we will learn why, according to Ethiopian Kabbalah, the primordial imbalance happens. We're going to be drama about why it happens for the next time. We are plunged into return by redeeming matter. Now, what's different about, for instance, Kabbalah and maybe texts is that there's wrong with it. It just needs to be redeemed. Just like a coupon. But a coupon needs to get redeemed. And so the idea is that you redeem matter. Not that you restate it, not that you treat it, not that you get rid of it. It's not bad or evil, but it's indeed a redemption. And how does that redemption happen? It happens through this spiritual process of reunifying with this carnal world. Even what happened in the Garden of Eden that arrived, it's not clear what part arrived, is that there's some indication, at least in some sections of the Zohar, that what ended up happening was that Adam became so infatuated with our world, he abandoned his material life. That Adam was actually too high. So notice it's a complete inversion of the story. In Garden of Eden, in that version that they committed sex or whatever it was, and no, feels abandoned by him. She's not satisfied by him. She's not he's not doing his duty. And that's what allows her to be seduced by the snake. And so the traditional version is all blame put on her. She gets tricked by the snake. One version of the Zohar version, carnal world, this world. The Zohar is very clear about this. You cannot focus it from a spiritual world. You cannot. There's no mystical Kabbalistic monks deal in this world. It's only by dealing in this world that you deal with the spiritual world. So again, how does this get fixed? Well, Moses comes, gives us the commandments, gives us the Torah, and it's by combining the spiritual and the physical, that we're all about balance, combining spiritual and physical, that we begin to get the ladder in. Adam focused too much on the world of the carnal. Other patriarchs focus too much on the rest. The idea is we must combine them into one another. And this becomes part of the language here is always incredibly sexual. The language, the Zohar is very at-home. The sex deserves to have sex. You're obliged to have those. It's imagining a very hyper, heteronormative way of thinking about this. Although I think at the edges of the text, there's homoeroticism and there's a lot of queering stuff that want to do with the Zohar in a way that I think is connected with the Zohar that has this text. It's hyper heteronormative, and at the same time, many of the ideas it commits itself to don't conform to that. It can't logically. So they make all kinds of cool studies to show that those categories break down pretty rapidly. We need a little bit of what's happening here. Well, the idea ultimately is that there's a kind of secret marriage between Israel and the Shekhinah, and the Shekhinah, I believe they're on the Jewish law as a kind of reactive intercourse. So law is kind of one of the kind of interest that as you have a spiritual intercourse with the divine, once the Jews have a covenant with God, a marriage contract with God, they can do the things they can do. The only similar thing to that Jewish custom is sex. It's only by having a certain kind of relationship with a certain kind of person that you can have sex with them. Well, without an interactive relationship, it must be the case that all of these 613 rules are fundamentally kind of intercourse with the divine. So it's fun. Oh, and Kabbalah is the core observance. In fact, if you've ever done Kabbalah Shabbat service by 16th century Kabbalah, to reenact the marriage between every single week. Like every single underneath to the Shabbat Rob. And that idea of ingrained since now a service basically every Jew does everything. In fact, I would say even liberal Jews, if they go once a week on Friday nights, once they're doing the sacred marriage as it's understood here. Now, this hyper focus on sex is probably a dig at the Catholic. One of the things that Judaism did have going for it, Catholicism didn't, is that Catholicism found sex. I don't know if you know this about people, they like sex. People love it. It's a big thing. They like it. They get down for it. People sell it. It's a big part of that. Maybe the reason why the internet is basically, we may just be taking video games sex. It's actually true. It's probably taking back and video games intelligence logic. At any rate, that part of hyper, but it's also this is probably a thing of Christianity. Because Christianity is all about priestly celibacy. It's all about the perpetual virginity of Mary. And it's all about the fact that Jesus and Paul were never married, both had sex. And at the time, the rabbis at the time were like, yeah, that sucks. For them, they gotta be celibate. And Paul never got married, never had sex. Like, they're inferior. Even the average rabbi down the street doing some Kabbalah gets laid at least once. And your guy was like, hated his body, he had sex. What's wrong with him? Like, we got that kind of problem out here. So, I think also a lot of this level, again, you're doing sex. It's great to have sex. In fact, you're obligated to have sex. You've got to have sex. But know that your sex is part of this mystical thing, and it's very careful. Strength. Right? Those things are also true. If there's good stuff, like sex, there's also bad stuff. That's and evil, and the Kabbalah is was part of God, the other side. Now, what's important about the history of evil, the classical theology of the world was thought of as basically a kind of privation. That evil was something like coal. Coal is just a darkness is just a lack of light. It does nothing on it. Coal does nothing on its own. It's for something else. They don't really exist. So evil is just a non-existent place where God isn't. It's where it's a part of you that rebels against God. It's part of your heart, according to Augustine, that rebels against God. Empty your heart of divine grace, and that emptiness inside your own heart, God-shaped hole, that's it. And because Satan is just a pure rebellion, Satan is pure indication. It's true of lots of different missions within Christianity. Rabbbi, Kabbalah, still Kabbalah, Zohar say, no, evil's real. And it's not hard to imagine why a medieval Jew could be very convinced of the reality of evil. Evil was part of their world. They didn't face pogroms in Spain. They knew about pogroms. They didn't face annihilation the way they did in Germany. But the creeping reality of the Reconquista, no Jew in their right mind, they were evil, real. So we're not going to have this philosophical horse crap. We're not going to have this back to this image, and we talked about this a minute ago. So Keter flows into Chokhmah, flows into Binah. And these the water rush of light as it flows by Chokhmah, then rushes back over to Binah, gets caught by Binah, rushes over to Chesed and gets caught by Chesed. Chesed rushes over the Gvura can't catch it all. Now, that hits into the Gvura, and it's like a bowl when you pour water into it, so it runs out the side. Or it's like the main image of the Zohar, the image of Zohar I love better than any other one, is the image of the blacksmith example. As you forge an item in a blacksmithery, right? A smithery, you metal. And the only way you're going to get a fork or a spoon or a sword or whatever, you pound it. You have to pound it. No way you can shape the thing without pounding. And as you pound on it, sparks fly out. Shards of metal fly out. Draw towards it. And it's an inevitable part of creating something. When you create something, it throws off sparks. And those sparks are burning and dangerous. And they're draws. They're in the Zohar, that wreckage, that draw, those sparks, you can imagine what is happening is that flows out of the Gvura and it coats the entire backside of all of the other spheres. Like a kind of evil coating, a darkness, a kind of hatred, a rage, an inversion. It coats the backside of them. That forms another reality. Other reality is the world of Sitra Achra. The other side. These are like inverted. They're so absolutely evil that the will of God destroys them. That they are annihilated. They can't even exist. So they implode. Absolute negativity, like a black hole or something. There's 7, right? So the last 7, they continue to exist. Oh, shit, this is about to be not about God. In some schemes of it, another sphere here, another sphere right here. Dot means knowledge. The reason why there might be another sphere here is because Keter, because they're not a thing, they don't count it as real. You need something else to make the 10 up, and the kind of pseudo. It gets really complicated. We can't get into it. But it ends up being a balance between the completely nothingness of Keter, of Chokhmah and Binah, and a balance like these are balanced here. These 4 are balanced in Spirit. You get a balancer here and dot. But often you'll see it drawn with sort of like a dot circle. Dot. If you have questions about that, we'll get to that later. At any rate, that draws a necessary aspect of reality. And you can't get rid of it by anything other than refining it. You can't get rid of it, except you have to subject it to purification. And how does one purify it? Now, as we get to later on, what's important to know about this, I'm going to go a little bit over, but I think we'll get a lot of this stuff. So, this imagined evil is inherently bad that has to be tempered by rectifying, by fixing it. And in Lurie, I come a lot to this becomes the short of these entities, demonic entities, angels almost that rule the darkness, and the darkness creep into our world. One of the lines in the book of Genesis that the Zohar really harps on is it talks about the 7 Edomite kings that died. This is a throwaway line in Genesis 22 or something, that it seems like that this anything that's a bunch of people. No, it doesn't exist. You have to deal with them. You have to deal with them by rectifying them. And the thing that the Zohar is the most worried about, the thing that it heart's on those more than anything. It's the kind of thing the Catholics are for. And that's my God, Zohar, about sexual sense, especially masturbation. And there's the idea that if priests see, then that seed, spent semen that's aligned there, becomes demon. It's the uncleanliness of menstruation. This is a deeply horrifying world. In fact, so much so that because of the primordial sin of Eve, she is the sort of representative of evil in the world because her menstrual blood is like menstrual blood is just like a draw out the process of creation sort of did occur, maybe was born again wrong, but mirror the raw stone off the process of creation where like you get sort of not created. And there's a ton of interest in evil. The Zohar abound discussions of evil, very heavy discussions that even be found evil. And the earlier cups of Castile or co-elders that were very interested in evil, they were the treaties of the divination of the side. And so there are tons and tons of things about evil, especially anti-Gentile stuff. So we have to be very honest, the Zohar hates Gentiles. Over Gentiles on corrupt, evil, dangerous, and bad. This is not an ethical text. Any instruction that any sort of imagination, not read this text or this text is anything good to say about Gentiles and non-Jewish people. Very negative on them. And so, again, are you that surprised? Again, imagine you being Jewish in 13th century Spain. God, do you have positive interactions with non-Jewish people, with Christians? Not really. And so it's unsurprisingly they're going to have a pretty negative attitude when it comes to non-Jewish. Now, does that mean that the Zohar is inherently bigoted? It might be non-Jewish people now. Yeah, it's going to result in you mystically bigoted. Probably the worst form of bigotry. So we have to own the fact that stuff is in there and deal with it as Jews. If you want to see the Zohar and study the Bible, you have to have bigoted things against non-Jewish people there, and you think it's good to deal with them. And they lean on that because of the historical character of Shlomo Yochai himself was heavily impressed by the Romans, the Roman colonial project, anti-Jewish, Talmud. I think he said once that the only Gentiles snake without heads. That sounds terrible. For those of us who non-Jewish people are a huge part of our life, that stuff is unconscionable. It's there. It's in the Talmud, the Zohar, and we deal with it. It's there. Now, maybe Semites pick up on that stuff and claim that the Talmud is racist. People and the folks there too. Also attack stuff. The demonology of the Zohar is very complex. Numerous stories of demons and the Zohar, and that's not surprising because you have the exact same kind of demonological stories flourishing in Christianity at the exact same time that you get a rise in demonology in the Christian world as well. And so again, unsurprisingly, Jewish developing at pace one another time period, and this will give rise to the concept of the divot, in which the divot is the concept of exorcism and Judaism that began primarily in the late 16th century. You heard of the idea of the divot. Last thing for the night. What's really important about the Zohar is that it's a conservative text, which is he wants to defend rabbinic tradition. Interpret saying the rabbinical tradition is not in very common ways, but it's a very important philosophy. Because philosophers are the most dangerous people in the world.
was your day?
That's good. We're gonna take a bath.
So far, so good. And my
That's good.
my hours are reversed, but my podcast was published, which is cool, and I'm just going through
Yeah.
publishing it. Yeah, and I've got another, so that's great. And then I'm going to try to be. Last night, I wrote. I have to 8,000, depending if you want to include the title and the abstract and stuff. Uploaded it to basically a journal associated with Oxford University. Have to wait to see how it goes. That's a process, but um, that's kind of an interesting thing that I haven't done previously. Is instead of just being like a social media icon or whatever you want to consider me, I want to be an academic resource, uh, uh, trying to get into that world.
Look at you. You're doing a good job. Get there, Rabbi.
I'm trying to Paris.
That's cool. Now, good thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you want to pray before I take my bath?
Absolutely. Send you an invitation.
Rabbi?
Yes. Can you?
Okay. I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yes.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
But we say, get a little bit. It was breaking up.
Okay. I may have to restart my device.
Might have to restart it.
Be right back.
Okay. And I'm over here. Down right here. Yes. This
Can you hear me?
back. I hear Rabbi. I think Rabbi's here.
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
My other tab loads.
Okay.
Howard.
She might not be. I might call her again. I'll call her otherwise. She's very tired. Been busy. Stuff like that. So I'm call her.
Do you have a busier time of the year at work?
It's not that. It's just because so we're off the spectrum. So we help our other coworkers do what we need to help them, make their job easier. Is so it's just me and another girl named Margie. Standing by our call the Sandra. We're the specialists. Sandra has been out since last week. Well, Monday out. Let's see, 7. So she's been out and she just has knee replacement surgery. So it's more being busy because we have to get these badges like these numbers and stuff like that. So we haven't had time to get these empty folders because the numbers have been so high. So we are going to start on tomorrow. So I was telling Margaret, it's just new. I said, well, we got to get these. I said, we have to rotate. I said, I'm fine doing this by myself. I'm okay till Sunday come back. So since Sunday's having surgery, it's going to merge right now until, we got to help so they can get the number out. So it's just been busy. It's been moving. So it's been moving. Yeah.
Busy.
Busy. That's good. It makes time go down. I see, I'm ready. Yeah.
Mom and I went last night on Pixar. You know what Pixar is, right?
Yeah, so thing, right?
Like,
AR. Okay.
yeah, it's Disney.
Right. I know it is. That's what I'm saying. It's like something like that. So they have they got like movies and stuff on it.
Things like Toy Story and
Yeah.
that kind of stuff.
What's those on? Yeah.
And
So they have like something off the Pixar.
when he was founded.
Oh, nice.
Get
Look at that.
almost.
Yeah.
That hit multi. Oh, no doubt. Oh, Mr. Queer, that was terrible. You know I'm better than that.
Yes, you are. So tell me what happened. So how did it?
How did it start? Okay.
What did they say? Yeah.
Well, your boy, Steve Jobs, the guy who invented all your stuff.
Right.
He almost. That was really good for you. Really good at something. He like had a dream to to basically take animation, 2D animation, and make it 3D with all the stuff. And so they worked like really hard on their first, like just to even like start commercials and things like really small. It was a lot of computing power and a lot of time for these guys. And they all these people, and then they eventually wanted to just revolutionize the animation industry and bring it to life and say nice fair. First big movie was Toy Story, and they launched that. Largest one in the game is
I see.
I've never gotten this. I'm trying. Nope. Um, and so they had a lot of success with Toy Story, and then Toy Story 2, and then things like A Bug's Life and like Incredibles and
Yeah.
Nice Bear, really nice, and
Thank you.
just some of the challenges that they overcame, and how like they brought computers and animals together, and that story is kind of an older documentary. It was made in 2007, so they did. It wasn't like Steve Jobs was still alive in it and everything, and and then they when they connected with Disney, like 51% of the stock or something like that, and so
Mm.
but it's just a story of a 3D animation and how that came to be. So it's interesting
Nice.
documentary because normally I'll choose stuff on just stuff that interests me. Oh, almost.
Mm-hmm.
Which, but then maybe I'll miss out on something that wouldn't normally interest me. I watched recently, really like Quentin Tarantino recommended it, and I think it's interesting. It's called Hand Hard Body, which is like those contests they used to have where you would keep your hand on a car, like a radio stick, keep their hand on a car for as long as on the longest. They got, I don't know if you've ever heard of those things. They used to have these contests. Um, and so it's like just like this snapshot of what life is like in the rural United States for a car in the 1990s. Then we watched one on, what did we watch? We watched one on a pet. That wasn't that interesting. I, but it made me appreciate the connection people have with people, or people have with animals. Pardon me. It was interesting. We watched one on roller skating. I know you like roller skating. Is roller skating in the 70s, and like
Wow.
all the like, and then we watched the Pixar one, and I want to say we watched something else. Forgetting. We've been doing that, so I don't want to take up a nice strike. Nice. I don't want to take up
Thank you.
absolutely. I don't want to take up all their time together, but we do watch the one on advertising, like with musicals, which is really interesting, and
Mm-hmm.
that world. Trying to think if we've seen anything else. So with that, I hope we do it again tonight. I think we have plans to, but I don't hold anybody to anything. And let's spend time.
Right.
All right, Miss
Right.
Aquarius, I'm going to be nipping at your heels.
I want you to get it. Come on.
All
Come
right,
on.
we need
Yeah.
these two.
Get on in. Yes. Yes. I don't care. You went on in. Yay.
That was a big spare,
Good
Miss
job.
Aquarius.
I know. Come on. Get on to it. Get it. Yay. Good job.
You win, I
You
win.
know.
I win, you
Yep.
win. Undefeated in
Yeah.
bowling, undefeated in friendship.
Friendship. Yay.
Yay! Excellent job. I like when we play early.
Huh?
I like when we play early.
I know. That's good. Yeah. But I get tired. I ain't gonna do nothing. That's it. And I like coming home now. And I can do stuff. And I just like, help my auntie. She just didn't want to, she ain't had no dishes today. Um, from and I can come home and okay, bam. And then I can just iron. I'm going to 8. Got work scheduled for tomorrow, and I'm going to take that. Back. Okay, then I'm here.
Excellent, Miss Aquarius.
You know you always have a rabbi. You know that when you're sister, you're my brother.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm here if
I
you
don't
need
care
me.
what. I don't care what I say. I don't know. You're like a bird.
Excellent. Well, we spend a lot.
I
Don't worry, Miss.
like somebody. Like that.
Miss Aquarius, don't even give it a second.
I'm not. I ain't talking to her. I blocked her.
I know. All right, well.
You always gonna be my friend forever.
Word, girl. I hope you enjoy your bath, and let me know if you need anything in the meantime.
Alrighty.
Take care.
You too.
That's why they killed for God. And one of the things that worry writers of the Zohar is that philosophy, the Jewish philosophy at the time, like Maimonides, argued that basically all the weird stuff in the Torah is just symbol. It's just metaphor. And really, God is being a good person. And if you understand the Bible and more engaging some kind of stupid idolatry, but you just don't know better, you're not really trying to go. The danger with that, folks, is that Jews are very conversion is very, very attractive. And again, 200 years out from the Alhambra decree in 1490. The pressure is already on for Jews to convert. And as you can imagine, a wealthy Jewish poet, a wealthy Jewish, rabbi, who has a Maimonides and believes that really God kind of metaphor and the Jewish law is kind of metaphor and kind of metaphors. Why then are you going to stick your neck out with metaphors? If Jesus, God, and Moses and the law, should you keep your job and flourish in new land? You best believe those people converted. They converted not legit, but because they were interested. Look, I can serve my God. I can still believe in all the things, and I can pray church. Because praying in church gets me a deal, gets me a title. So why not convert? Zohar says, because you mess up all the reality. That's why. You stupid, dangerous, bad Jew. Why? Because the very way that you create, the very way that God engineered reality was that you reverse engineer and correct it by the Torah. You have to understand what are called the Ta'amim Mitzvot. And the Ta'amim Mitzvot are the reasons for the commandments. The commandments in the Torah are not random. They're not made up things. When God says, honor the Sabbath on this day, not Sunday. When God says do this, but this is a roadmap for piety, but a roadmap for the reconstruction of reality. This is how you fix the world. And not only that, God's telling you, God kept Shabbat. God's on the felon. God was on top. God puts on. God is everything that you're supposed to do. This is him a time a day. The task is not you to do a bunch of rules. The task is for you to follow the rules because God does those rules. And insofar as God does those rules, the Jewish law scrupulously the rules that make no sense. It's by following those rules that you have a chance at fixing the world, balancing out all those you wrote. The only way you can do this, the only way the world would fit, is by Jews being observant Jews. So again, to drive this point home, the Kabbalah is not liberal, Judaism. The Kabbalah is the most radically, legally conservative Judaism you can imagine. And why? Because the esoteric meaning of the mitzvot is that they are actually part of the reconstruction, recreation, renovation of the world. The renovation of the world, the reparation of the world. And it's only by following the Jewish law scrupulously as possible, especially the parts of it that don't make sense, is that accomplished. So, in the same way that God created the world, God commanded Rothschild or it's the divine temporal structure in which you're very minor. Sometimes you travel to Israel to ask you what a Jewish holiday is. They're trying to weed out, I don't know, rabble rousers. Trying to weed out people. Well, I've always wanted to write it Shemini Atzeres. It's the most out. But the Zohar says Shemini Atzeres is the most important holiday in the whole time. There'll be no more important holiday. But Shemini Atzeres is completely obscure holiday right at the very end of the because that's what's before the world will come. Right? So all the holidays are heavily listed. Counting of the Omer. It's completely ridiculous. You're counting to bring them. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The Omer counting on the Torah. So you can replay the entire process. So everything becomes heavily you ever stayed up late on Shavuot? Stayed up late on Shavuot studying? Yeah, you've done something Kabbalistic. Why? Because the entire process over again, you roll up. Studying to receive it again. And so you clear your time. So hard is imagining a cycle. And that cycle gets you, it spirals up, right? You start from here, cycle, 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 and cycle, and cycle. Eventually you reach the world of the divine. And it's the process of right there. Make the world a better place. Close down, imagine, let's make this world a better place. It's you're renovating this world physically, ontologically. And so that idea is found deeply in the secret so hard. So folks, these are the major themes of the Zohar. These are the big things. If you were to read the Zohar, you can see these over and over again. It's like jazz. So, balancing of the spirit, the idea of the theory of evil, the idea of the Torah and Mitzvah, these are beginning to dominate the literary text that is next week. How did anyone believe this was true? This will just appear. People are like, yeah, that's it. That's the roadmap for the recreation of all being. This book in the hands of this dude. So people were skeptical, and we'll talk about how this became scripture, how this went from being a weird collection of texts in the late 13th century becoming a Jewish theology. It's been something coming up. So we're going to do a pick up of how the Sacred Zohar works. Things that we're going to couple of them do. This is going to be classification. The Zohar is not a systematic text by any stretch of the imagination. It's very difficult. It's not. And so what it is, people begin to systematize. You have a couple different generations systematize it, and what ends up happening is that the definitive systemacy and the glory of that process of systematize and why it became decanonized. So as we transition to what I would call the Zohar and its on welcome back and explore part of the Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, so I just want my work to provide accessible, free, and scholarly content on the Kabbalah and the occult philosophy. Consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps one-time donation. You can find until.
So let's see now. Now it is 9.
this, really. The fun of the kid. Ready to go catch up beforehand. I know you were in Florida. I was in Florida, Gator Country. Okay, that's Florida. Florida, and don't you guys have a house down there? We do. We just stayed close to her grandmother's place down in West Palm. On a lake, a lot of alligators on the lake. This beach, a lot of alligators. I got little ones swimming. So I was like, no, we're not doing that. Because the gator one. Oh no, it's not. And before you swim, you gotta. I went, no, wait. No one's swimming or going near that water line. That's what happens with the 2-year-old, 4-year-old. That's food. Yeah. So it's not happening. In Australia, they'll literally say to you, so if there are saltwater crocodiles anywhere in the area, are you going in the water? If the answer is absolutely not. You're like swim at this certain times. No. I'll never, ever. If there have ever been any more crocodiles in the area, like, what are you talking about? Now it does say 0.36 deaths per year. So about 1 every 3. Very, very rare. But they're what? That's not a lot of tax. Just Florida, 1 year. Florida, huge place. So your chances are very, very rare. They're on way. Big terrible way to go. But we always talk about how anybody who gets bit dies. You gotta survive it. Also, per story. Did you hear the story, the nightmare story about the guy who got grabbed by a Nile crocodile? And the pressure of the crocodile made him pass out. And then he brought him underwater. But the thing is, they'll hold you. And so he came to. Hold on, it gets better. Why? He took wildebeest carcasses. So he had to make his way out from under the bubble, go under the water, move all the carcasses. A bunch of crocodiles just hanging like what the carcass of the water buffalo and put it up. You guys go for this. That thing's gonna be so. It's not happening. No, it's not. If it was, do you see that? Yeah, you're also all fucked up. That's true. Let's see. I've got.
What up, Zoot?
It's like the serial killer ran out to someone real quick. Oh. Now's your time to kill that.
I know. My heart yearns for you, big dog. How are you, big man?
I met someone that was like, this person makes me pro-abortion because I wish their mom was fucking aborted them before I met.
Zoot, you gotta be wise.
And that was the one.
You gotta be careful. You gotta be careful. What happened?
No. I'm just taking you out. Someone I went to high school with. They're like, yeah, my life better than I'm going to abortion.
Okay. Zoot. So what happened?
Nothing.
Okay, at this person.
Because they took me out when I was drunk when I was like 17. Just before my 18th birthday. They group. They got a group together because they couldn't fucking set much themselves and fucking started the baby up. When
Met this person
No. So met someone in high school, and I wish them
Okay. I get that. Are you ready?
Like if you saw how ugly this person was, like they had a face like
Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
Okay, I was on a podcast yesterday in Australia.
Nah, it's fine.
Okay, are you ready to lose?
What
are you about?
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to play.
Okay, but what's choker?
Quick play gets you 100 coins.
No, you're not. I'm sending you an invite right now. And if you don't accept the invite within 10 seconds of me sending it, then we're done.
Okay, let's go.
Okay. 9, do you chat yes or no?
Trick shot.
Do you always want trick shot?
No, I think you can win trick shot and break.
Dude, I already created.
Can you win trick shot and break, or does it not let you do trick shot?
I don't think so. I don't think it. It doesn't count for that when you are doing the break because it's too much of an advantage.
But you can win. You can win normal non-ball and break.
I think so.
One normal non-ball and break, so I know this.
Okay, well after this, I'm here recently with his mom, and we've been watching documentary. Oh, dude, that was amazing. Oh, how is that a penalty? He was right. I don't know.
Failed to hit the free bird. I failed to get it.
Dude, what did I just tell you?
What?
What did I just tell you?
What?
I just told you something, and you're not paying attention.
What did you tell me?
Are you not paying attention?
No, I'm not.
And his mom have been in here every night, basically for the last week. So we've been watching documentaries.
Surprising my mom getting.
Is Roger's mom? She said when she was a younger woman, that was 9 trick shot.
Sure. Oh, everyone had like comedy scenes in Melbourne right now.
Why is that?
Melbourne Comedy Festival.
Dude, that's one of the top 10 largest casinos in the world. Is that correct?
Crown Casino.
Yeah, is
I'm
it?
going to Melbourne because I think I'm going to watch the Royal Finals.
Are you really gonna go?
I'm going to look up what happens to the Royal Finals next week.
You're not gonna go.
It could be
You're not gonna go. Come on, quit bull. You're not going. You're not going to Melbourne. You both know you're not going to Melbourne.
I am.
Nope.
I'm going that quick. People.
I don't know what you're talking about. Dude, what are your thoughts on how I'm playing? I mean, don't look at all. Did you see that shot? Paying attention. Are you gonna hit the ball, or are you just gonna sit there and trick yourself off raw?
Hey, Rabbi. Oh, by the way, I'm not performing.
Did you say, Sue?
When I go to Melbourne, I go to the comedy festival. Down I perform.
You're not going to Melbourne, so like, don't even fucking talk about it. These are just mute your mind that I know you're not gonna follow through with.
Why wouldn't I go to Melbourne?
Because it's expensive. You're not. What other reasons do you want? Dude, that was an amazing shot. Dude, that was an amazing. And
Should I end it as a trick shot?
no, okay. Dog, Zoot.
What's that shot? That shot? No, your shot. You had the worst back shot I've ever seen.
It was better than the ball.
Yeah.
No trick shots, son. This is our last.
Yeah, I won the game and I got excited to see what the best shot would have been, and disappointed to see that. Like, if someone saw with no substance to the game, they'd be like, "That's a terrible game. I don't want to watch that. That's boring."
All right, Zoot.
I just found out I am shit at this game.
Zoot, you're doing. Is that ball gonna go in?
Oh my god, that has to be the best shot.
That was
That
good.
has to be one of the
That was good.
You know that's luck.
It was good.
Would you like to have me win again?
Dude, you're dominating, so I don't know what you're talking about. See that?
Conviction.
Dude, you weren't paying attention again. Dude, this is our last game. You're not paying attention.
I swear, your ball missed. The free ball missed.
What happened to it?
Thing. By the hole.
Dude,
It
that
nearly
was
went in, and then it bounced above the line.
dude, that was amazing.
Yeah, but maybe this next shot.
Are you fucking serious? You're playing out of your.
That was okay. Fuck. I knew it was just gonna like. Rabbi?
What up, Tim?
I think Crypto is going to come back, and I think Sui's going to be a very good host. I think Sui will just Lana did.
Okay.
You should trade all your Sui for Sui. That would be bad.
Dog with hat.
What?
How about dog with hat?
That's not going to do well because
Oh, okay.
do you know what happens in
Over. Finally won. I
in
won.
20,
How did you win?
20,
How did you win? Dude, that's normally not a win for you. That was the best shot. That's normally not this up. Game it's a win, but in a normal game that's a loss. A different shot in real play.
Rabbi?
What up, Pam?
So in 2021, B&B was the Solana. Like everyone was gambling. 23, like 2023, 2023 to early 25, everyone was launching on Solana. And the blockchain gets too oversaturated with tokens that it becomes a casino where you're trying to. But what happens next is people will eventually, there's going to be a new chain for us to gamble on and get in early and a new casino. And that's probably what's going to happen with Sui because there's no tokens on chain. And then people is faster and scale better than Solana, and I can do and I can code more thing, have more bots running. Transactions go pretty fast though, and then people move over. Rabbi,
Yes.
why would I use a 2020 iPhone in 2027?
There might be some to it.
You go out there and tell everyone to use the iPhone from 2020 and 2020. And then you, if you could choose between an iPhone and
2027.
so Solana was built in 2020. Sylvia was built 2020.
Okay, that's a legitimate. That's legitimate.
What are the answers to that?
Well, why did you?
Hang on, I just got it.
From whom? From whom did you get an invite?
Jim saying, hey, we wanted to reach out last time to say whenever you're ready, we'd love to close gym.
Everything in the world?
No, they reopened it yet, I think.
How long has it been closed?
Two years.
Why has it been closed so long?
A year. Yeah, sorry.
Why is
Less than a year.
dude? Why has it been?
They ran out late.
They what?
Late. Ran out.
The lease ran out? Isn't that? So why are you still a member of that gym?
Why not?
Well, because like when you wanted to go in the last year.
We just wanted to go, they're not open, is that what you're saying? No, that's not important. Why would be a member of the gym that's closed? But saying, welcome back. I'm still opening. It's a very confusing email. Okay, so they might be opening, they might not. That's what it sounds like. It doesn't matter. Change the subject.
How you living, big dog? Yo, how are you?
Yeah, I'm doing well. Yeah.
What's new?
What's new? I just joined here again. I was just like, just checking up.
Chilling. Did you watch Kill Tony last night?
I did.
It's the large Joe Rogan's number one.
Oh wait, no, I know what Kill Tony is.
Zoo, you know what Joe Rogan's number one time streamed podcast is?
I had it all. I'm gonna look it up.
No. I'm asking Zoo. Zoo.
Is it Musk or
Nope.
Tony Hinchcliffe?
Nope. Guess again. That's a great guess. Nope.
Alex Jones.
Nope.
Kanye?
Oh wow. Okay.
Is it Kanye?
Nope.
Was Taylor?
Yeah, one third, fourth, fifth, and such the most surprised.
Name what the most popular one is.
The Bob Lazar and Jeremy Corbell.
Yep, it's amazing. And then Bob Lazar was on yesterday, I want to say. It's another amazing one.
Interesting.
Bob Lazar's an alien.
No, he's not. He's opposite. He's a new.
No, that's interesting. I haven't won, but I've watched the 2 through 6 one all the way through.
You better get on board.
What does Bob Lazar say about aliens?
He doesn't have a lot to say on aliens. He has more to say on advanced propulsion, technology worked on at Area 51. Because people love the subject.
What's the lead for a trade or anyone? Probably it's like earlier you go probably.
Yeah.
What's the most watched Kilkenny?
I think the one with Shane Gill and
The one with what?
where Gillis dresses like Donald Trump.
So Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
they come.
I know that podcast guy who can do podcasts with people if they're not in Adelaide.
Who runs the open mic in Adelaide?
J. Michael. It's something like that.
They have been raw national for South Australia.
Okay, hasn't J. Michael been that?
He's been a state twice and got rejected.
Oh, okay. Who runs it?
Jacob Jackson.
Jacob Jackson?
Yep.
Is he funny?
Jacob Jackson. Okay.
What's Chelsea doing? What's Chelsea doing? Zoo.
He's gaming and listening to some news. I got this for him.
How is Chelsea? Dude, if you're Fighter and the Kid, which debuted today, which is the worst podcast in the world, hosted by the number one worst rated stand-up comic special on I.
No, bro. Terrible.
Oh, it's the worst. It's the worst, and I'm obsessed with it because they're
Okay, it's like watching a bad movie that you know is
exactly right. It is because the Reddit for it is a fucking subreddit. It is everybody who's a comedian goes to that subreddit and lurks. Shane Gillis, Ari Shafir, Mark Norman, Matt McCusker, like everybody talks about. Like, have you? They're like, that's like a. There are like 1,000 people in there. That's like a medium-sized town that just sits all day.
Hey, what they say, if you're hated, you must be somewhat important.
That's right. Dude, are you gonna ask? Cool, it's whatever. She's in Melbourne. Okay. So then, how's she doing?
Fine. She's with Ellie. Then
Haley Dent? Is that the girl who is in the finals?
yeah.
That's tight.
Oh, wait, what was it?
No, no. Dude. No, soccer team. We're talking about a stand-up comedian from Australia, who I give shit to. I talk shit. I don't. I think of her. I only can name like a few stand-up comedians in South Australia, which is like very a niche interest. But since he's a comedian in South Australia, I routinely ask him how the different comedians are doing.
God.
So, Zoot, how's Chelsea? Zoot, Zoot, get this. Get this. So, who's been on the Joe Rogan Experience? Number one all time, the fighter. The other host is the guy who's been Joe Rogan Experience. Callen. Brian Callen had rape allegations within the Los Angeles Times in 2020 or something, and his career has absolutely spiraled since then. Tickets away at the job have to pay the 2-drink minimum, and like the whole subreddit thinks this is hilarious. If this guy were just absolute a scumbag, I might consider streaming it. That would be important to me. But they're giving tickets away, literally, like they went from like $25. Go ahead.
Just that right.
That's the big lesson.
How politically right?
That's a question. So younger and he cheated on his wife. He's just a total scumbag. And now he's in the issue where his first wife, who he cheated on, divorced him and got alimony. She got like a month, and or he has to pay the mortgage or something. And his second wife on one families, it's draining him financially. And he just on this podcast, and so like, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Like, I can't skits anymore. Nobody comes to my shows. When they do, like, and then the other guy, Brendan Schaub, like, he's rated stand-up special on DB for the worst ranking on anything. He's tied on IMDb. He he's having issues that he bought a house and he moved from LA to Austin, $1 million house, understanding and Texas income tax, but he didn't realize that Texas has very high property taxes. So he got hit with a huge.
Oh. Why is it dressed up in a mask? Like costume, and then promote cast, and then that he is like promote someone that's wearing a mask on the podcast.
What? I don't even understand what you're saying. What are you saying?
Why doesn't he wear a mask and just stand up again and try to re-identify himself?
He's a big UFC fighter. He's like 6'4". People would understand. People would. He is that he's done, and that's why people love this shit on him. He was a failed football player in college. He didn't make it in the pro, but he lied about it. He didn't make it in the Arena Football League. Then he went to UFC. He did okay in UFC, but nothing great. And then the reason why he got popular is because he was in, and Joe Rogan would have him on his podcast, and then he would blow up. So they started this podcast like 14 years ago, which is a long time. It made huge amounts of money, top of the world. Every time they put out a podcast, it had hundreds of thousands, if not millions of listens. It was like, at one time, like a very big podcast. The podcast market got extremely saturated. On top of that, people started to learn that these guys are scumbags. They're like too many Brian Callen to leave the show for a while. And Brendan Schaub just continued to have to do the show Austin, and they didn't get the Jokin podcast as much as they once did. And then they were recognizing careers were basically done. So they moved to Austin. And they went from this really nice podcast studios to doing podcasts in a storage room. And you can hear a train going by. You can hear the people who are like working on cars next door, which has made it extremely entertaining because now they're gonna move the storage unit into a barn, and they're gonna mate potentially, and they might do it from there. So they don't have anything to talk about because Brian Callen's dead. There's nothing to Austin. Joe Rogan occasionally has them on. Then he has then they have Brendan Schaub. He just got this show on Tubi, which is a free streaming service that is like It's supposed to be like Fast and the Furious kind of a deal where he just like interviews people about their cool cars or whatever. But he has to fly to LA to do that. He's done 4 episodes. They're looking to see if it gets picked up. And the stunts that they're doing with people are like very dangerous because they're doing them on public streets and you're not supposed to do that. So they're like feeling themselves breaking the law. And um, that job, his like one hope is that his kids go pro in sports. Now his kids 10 years old and 7 years old, and or maybe 6 years old, and he's already like they're going to be national champions. They're going to be, and it's like, dude, you're 10 years old, and he's really embarrassed. Brendan Schaub, like the kids, like he's just this big, extremely entertaining, and then you go does just people shitting on these guys. There are lit just ripping on these every time they have a podcast. Somebody puts up a new podcast and like, hey, I'm doing commentary on how to be. It's just absolutely hilarious. So I love it. I get great at German word short where you get joy out of the sadness of some extent. And I wouldn't normally. I would normally be like, I want everybody to do what these guys careers about punching below them, shitting on other people, raping people, which obviously is a terrible. All in all, being kind of bullied. And so now to see them as the spiraling, that's kind of amazing. But I do not a comedy resurgence because I don't want it to end. And also, more importantly, like families, and I don't want their families to suffer. Have this be a valley in their career, but it's not looking like it, Cass. And so I find it to be extremely interesting. Right, with that, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom.
It's black in an air bubble, and he goes, I think it's not all black with the carcass. It's not all black. From what I told him, figure it out. I don't see any cherubs with wings flying around. So what I'm gonna do is now he's gotta do this. I gotta get under the water, and then I gotta swim in the pitch. Find the land. It's the pitch dark too. Okay. Yeah, but the thing is, the surface of the water, Mr. Crocodile goes, hey, I feel something. It's like, oh, under the water, try to figure it out. You should be dead. You're playing with how much take wow. It's nighttime. And Anthony Bourdain was out the Congo River. Now the Congo River is full of what's called they say in Africa, you gotta tie the boat. So he off the boat and get in the water. Anthony goes, is he afraid of crocodiles? The guy goes, yeah, that's why he was hesitating. Well, I would be too. Is there a better way to jump off the water? Get in that wasting water at night. Talk to alligators. Sir, did you see one alligator? I saw it. Did we? Across the did we? There was an alligator across the street. I did see, and he was walking. And he stood, and when he saw him, seems to make one sense. Yeah. So we want Costa Rica, really huge one. Oh, sorry, yeah, those are American coditos. Yeah, but they're also on fully fed and shit. So they're not that aggressive. Fully fed, and so I jumped in there. Yeah. I said, I want to swim with them. They went, oh, this is adorable. You're in the water now. Well, this is just that too. We're chill, but we're not. Crocodiles in the Dominican Republic? There are crocodiles in the Dominican Republic. There are American crocodiles. I'm headed to look that up. Yeah, I'm headed to India. Doing commentating for a game for NFC. That's great. Great fight. Tell Masvidal I say I love that. Masvidal. That would be a very good fight. This is bare knuckle MMA. So typically, there's about 2 elements in the bare knuckle. There's about 6 elements. Those guys get down and cut. They get cut. Bare knuckle is way better than these elbows. Which one? Are there crocodiles in the TR? Apparently crocodiles are. Yeah. 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 Wow. Is the largest saltwater lake in the Caribbean? I'll probably swimming in this resort as a boat, even that obsessed. That's not a lot. No, yeah. Wow. Thursday, come back. Want to come back Saturday? My wife is not happy. They're going to come back Sunday. Yeah. I want to get back Saturday for the weekend. See that time. It's on me. Wife for a day. Missionary. And that's all you can tolerate. Well, the first 2 days I'm working, if something's happening, I'm taking this kid here. Yeah, a romantic way. I guess. Yeah. Okay. You staying in a nice spot? Don't let go of it. Where is it? I just looked it up and said, okay. Well, if I Say Kid Rock playing. Oh, the band. Oh, thank God. Yeah. Well, the Killers. Yeah. There's not a lot of time. It's always tough when you stay on the resort to get authentic food, though. So you're short. And we go to Mexico. Like shit. You'll see how it goes. One half. Get some good. I like to pick up some things to bring back for the kid here. Heavyweight tournament. Boy, Sherman. Man. Wow. Dave Santos. Yeah, Anthony's been playing by injuries for a long time. He's been doing it for a long time. Yeah. Tough. He has over 60 fights. Amazing. 60 freaking fights. That's how I play with Jimmy Smith. Or, let me see if you know Jimmy Smith. Let's take a little break here, because starting something new here, like so much work goes into the thing that you're not entirely sure will work out. It can be hard to make that leap. We know we're talking about it, dude. Trust me. My show always cast, dude, what we're doing, we're still really. And now we know we're glad we believe in Shopify. They're by our side. They help us out. That's our partner at Shopify. Cha-ching. All right, guys, let me talk to you about Shopify. Okay, Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses. You know this, Brendan. We're all 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. 10% from household names like, you name it. Brands just getting started. Use Shopify. You get started with your own studio with hundreds of ready-to-use templates. Shopify. You build a beautiful online store and style. You can accelerate your efficiency. It's unbelievable, man. It's basic. And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class experts managing inventory to international shipping, the processing, returns, and beyond. What about the iconic purple button? The shopping button. Way too much because it makes it so damn easy to check out. Sure, it was for you $1 per month. Shopify.com/fighter. Cha-ching. Oh yeah, he's great. Yeah, he's great. Yeah, he's great. Great guy. Great guy. Yeah, we did a podcast with him a long time. Yeah, he's great. He's a great guy. Knows his shit. And used to fight. Started wrestling. He was great. The UFC, the world was over that problem with the UFC. I don't know why. Smart guy. Very smart. Yeah, one of the best. Sturdy looking fella. Sturdy looking fella. What a thing, man. I'm watching the fights this weekend. You want to go? Yeah. Latex. Yeah. Hello, dude. Yeah. He's entertaining. Tyson Fury. He's fighting that one. Yeah. Ten rushes. A huge favorite. It's just like a tuna fight is what boxing does. Right. Big boy though. That guy. Fucking Tyson. That guy's not much shorter. Dude from, somewhere in the mountain of Caucasus. That's a good time. That must be the guy that's not throwing it. It's full though. It's on Netflix, so I don't mind. I've been watching that new season of Love on the Spectrum. You ever watch that maybe? I'm not. I'm not. You know why? We sad. No, it shouldn't though. Because it highlights. Yeah. Really? No. But I still love. Do they fall? Do they find love? Oh yeah. They do. Anytime. It's all they want. It's all like one girl's thing. The parents start crying because it's like, yeah, they didn't. Their kid was gonna find love. It's hilarious. Oh, there's some range. Like there's some guys who gals who are really like bad. Like in what sense? Oh, man. And then there's some who are not as bad. Right. And it's definitely a range. Yes, I see. He's different. Dude, I wish we had his energy and enthusiasm and positivity. Yeah, no positive, no right here. What's he bad? Meaning his, you know, it's pretty normal, but they're just completely, or what is it that's weird for him? It's just the way he speaks. Like, he'll just talk over her for calm down. Yeah. And then they'll be into certain things like just like looking for a house. And he's in the LED lights. So can have lights like it's gonna fuck out. It's just like LED lights and then this shit, you know. Yeah, I see that. If you go the one next time, she just wants to have sex with her boyfriend because he was like he was super like now I'm not comfortable. She broke up with him. She's dating him, not autistic. She's just that's her autism. I guess I just repress a little too much. But no, I can see him being yeah. I can see him. Cool stuff. And like he's in that sense. I can see it with his hair. Like about him. Oh, so, and then if you go on the thing level of the spectrum there, Chip, this one on the down that shows him. The guy in the far left, he goes, interesting. He said, interesting. And then the guy in the middle who looks like I'm the captain now, the guy from the movie, he has a back. Captain Phillips? Yeah, he has a back. But he pulls my first one, yeah. But then the season finale, like, they decided to just because the one on the right is cute. She has a pretty bad fade. Her twin, I think, all season. So she's shooting some. Maddie, we love you. She gets it. She says it's triggering when fans call her bad. Like that set her up. Oh, like a show. Now, are most of them look like it? No, not all of them. And she has a bad. Yeah, you can't work with it. No. Her boyfriend has, like, her boyfriend. It's so interesting. It's a spectrum. What's interesting is how, and I don't know what it is. You know, some people jump to conclusions and stuff, but it's crazy. Like when I was a kid, I looked it up. There was like 1 in 50 kids with autism. In California, it's 1 in 50 when I was a kid. Pretty sure that happened. Bring it up, Jim. Yeah. There was a kid, he goes, nah, my mom goes, hey, she put a 131. U.S. 8-year-old children identified with autism over the last 20 years. Up from what? Damn. Why? Screening better, but improved screening, better diagnostic. presentation. Hippo, 300%. I have to jump. Yeah. We're talking about it. Yeah, that's what people are saying. Like, yeah, we just detected better now. Okay. So maybe better detection, or maybe we just didn't call them autistic. We just called them slow. There was always that sort of shit. They're not slow, though. Yeah. They're not slow. Right. Mama's smart as fuck. Yeah. Also, there's a spectrum for a reason, because some don't have it, but like some of them are kids when it's a superpower almost. Just raising because you have better recognition. Okay. I don't know. Extinction, I don't know. Is there that parents are heads later? Parents are no parents now. You had a kid the minute you were out fucking your 20s, and that's when people get married later, have kids later. Yeah, there's an increased risk of that. That would make a lot of sense just because. That's just a higher likelihood. You can't do it. That's not good. It's not normal. Even in your late 30s, for a man, the man is, the more of a risk you have. The child. Autism. Be the mom. No, it's both. Average now is 27. I'm gonna say 21. Yeah. All mothers give birth is basically 30. Yeah. And you keep them for 32. Wow. Dude, I'm a doctor. My favorite meme, a guy, is there and he's just on his laptop. He goes, honey, come back here. I just found something. What's that? I think if you go to my internet, you see it with CT. I love it. That's what I'm supposed to. This guy's good. There it is. Oh, that's great. Aspartame causes cancer in rat. To be carcinogen. Scary. To be smartphone. Pickle vegetable. Safe limit. 50 milligram per kilogram per day. 190 100 kilogram. Meat 38 Diet Coke. Real danger 800 times more. Real danger need 3 Coke. Not possible. 38 caffeine water problem. No danger. Danger. He's also a stud football player. He is. Yeah. He's a linebacker. What? Yeah. What? You gotta be solid too. That piece right there. Congratulations on the piece, kid. Lena's hanging out. You know what I'm saying? I'm loving this guy. Master's degree. Come on, you love this guy. Gilliam. I'm following that guy. I love this guy. Gilliam Fitness. Hilarious. Oh, yeah. I'm congratulating him on everything. His look, his piece, his humor. It's great, dude. What is that team? Western? It doesn't matter. Do you want him all-star? Who cares? It's great. He's nice. He's from Canada. Or California. Okay. Look up that with the they'll get you. Daytime. Still done? Yep. Hilarious. Famous bastard. Hilarious. Not possible. Bad. Well, my thing about all of us talking about things, including politics, and certainly I think science, I have in their life, they go and hear people like anybody about whether it's anything, vaccines or supplements or peptides, and the people that really understand the mechanisms of the body, they're all doing this. It's the same thing. My new vice is Diet Cherry Coke. Oh, I fucking love Diet Cherry Coke. He read nothing better than a science berry flavored fruit shake. I do fucking love them, dude. That's cool, man. He's like, when I was getting my hair cut, I was going to say barber, and they go, "Oh, do you want anything to drink?" I go, "Oh, you mean?" I go, "That's that." I said, "Oh, yeah, I guess it's fantastic." Fine. You're not a doctor. You should do this. You just go like this. You know what aspartame is? What is it? Yeah, I know. They'll go, it's an artificial drink. What is it? 2,900? Explain that. STD. Who is me and him? Oh, that's what he's saying? All right, well, you just post it for everybody. I just posted it. Oh, okay. Yeah. So fun. But it won't have CT. So good. Yeah, no, there's no sign with that. Yep. That literally with Jane Fonda and all the people said no more nuclear. In fact, we don't have nuclear power plants, which could contribute to so many things without having to burn fossil fuel, etc. And it's no runoff. No, we're like, no, this wasn't going to help the safety, but nobody wants to see that stuff. Well, it's also our attention span. It's like three, and there's not like on CNN Fox. It was literally 24-hour days, 20 nonstop. I couldn't get enough of it. The whole AID with all these. Remember all that? Yeah. Oh, they're paying. There's ways that Doge is going to get in there. We're going to find it all. Okay, now watch. We're going to find all the fraud. Okay. Most of the cases they were citing, like for example, that there was a trans play or something, that was a State Department program. It wasn't USAID. My friend works for USAID. She makes for 20 years, just trying to make the world place. She and her friends work at USAID. None of them make money. They're just trying to make the world a better place in so many different ways. So fraud and Julie Neville got some from tiny bit, but it's already being investigated. And at the end of the day, there was like, oh wait, they just stopped. Lancet came out and said, when you guys gutted this thing, it could lead to 14 million premature deaths. Because there's so much that USAID did again. People on the ground don't make any money, risk their lives, die, and they're just trying to make a better place. And so many things that they were trying to do that really affect Americans. But you have to get into it. But this way, I have an opinion. We jump to something and it catches fire. Problem. There's no update on this yet. I love how all your search before, so a couple days ago. And then someone come out and people were like, what was it? You know? Give it an update and be like, it made no sense why it became a humongous thing and then just disappeared. So yeah, we got $1 billion with all the shit going on.
Yeah, and I guess there's no. That's the end of that. She's just out. They just took her and put it out.
I don't know. They probably took it up. They're saying it could be a problem because the Eagles did it, and then we're going to do all this shit in terms that don't want that coming out.
I mean, I don't know what's this.
So Savannah went back on TV. That's a nightmare. That'd be the weird part, right? Going back on TV after that. Yeah, the whole thing is so weird. A lot of stuff has happened since it's happened, right?
What?
I mean, the Iran.
The war.
Yeah, being filed.
No, Americans don't have an attention span. And nobody does.
But the thing is, people are dying over it.
Well, we don't know what to do.
Because there's also nothing we can do.
Yeah, that's right.
Like, you assume that the guy's going to figure out, like, with this, okay, well, if they can't figure out, we assume they're doing their job and there's nothing leave it. We move on. There's just bigger, unfortunately, if it's not your family, there's bigger fish to fry. What's going on, Palestine? What's going on, Ukraine?
Right? That's what they do. They go fine. It's like the people of the far right, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich and those guys who basically want to clean out Gaza and build it into the Jewish. They know that most they'll forget, and they just wait it out. You know?
Because then also people also have their own lives. Like kids are sorry, kids have an issue in school or sport.
That's how my life is.
You can go wait. I can't give a shit going on. Like bills, you got your own shit right now. If you were in Palestine or you're in Iran, it's obviously a different situation. You're just like, that's what, and then we're back.
Thinking about how different the reality stuff, you know, because think that, like, how you doing? And you, how am I doing? My whole family got bombed. Then you go, are you doing?
I had to feed my three kids. We're just taking it today when
I can't get clean water.
yeah, but
I'm trying to get to the relief center, but they're shooting us. Yeah, man,
yeah,
if you're on the American military, like first see the jets, we're like, whoa, look at us, man. If you were on the receiving side of that, you'd be like, holy fucking, I guess I'll start praying. That's really what you have to do. You have to be like, hey, they're bananas. It's like, what them to do? I'd be on my knees too. Fuck.
did you do anything for the truck? Yeah. Like I told you a little, you know, just it's drawing a little.
You love it. Your truck did. What do you I mean, it's the best, right?
I love it. Yeah, he went from a pre. Yes. Because he. I had him ride truck up for some work tomorrow, so I asked you to pick me up. You have to come up. It's free as the best.
You give it a little drive.
No, we should do that eventually.
Because it's got some kick to it, right?
Yeah. But no, I got the sound. I mean, luckily, I had like a bunch of different sets. But
Did you get a second?
yeah. For 10 days, they were selling a Cybertruck base for $59,000. Wow. But it was only for 10 days. So people, yeah. Snatch that up. Let me take a picture.
Snatch that bad boy out. Two quality products from True Work. I got a pair of pants. Yeah, everything about this company and the quality is top notch. It's just top notch. And I can't say enough about it. And they basically came along and said, look, most outdoor stuff is like hot and gets super heavy when it's wood. This is performance, but also very durable.
Yeah, I think
I love it.
yeah,
It's truly a great company. If you work outside, you know, it's not just because the weather changes, right? You upgrade the T2 work pants, which is what we're talking about. Say comfort no matter what the day brings. 15% off your first order. Again, that's true. Work at WERK and Twerk, True Work with code FIGHTER. That's WECOM code FIGHTER.
I don't like it matters because it does. Yeah, so crazy. They're so crazy. They like 22,000.
Why so expensive?
24,000 miles. But look at that, 72. How much do you pay for yours?
Oh, that's how much.
Brand new is what? No, it's 79 and all the taxes and everything else. Comes out to like, that comes out to a lot. Look at that, 72. I mean, it's 25, 9,000 a month.
Yes,
Each one. No, that's my style, but check what I want that. This is used.
so there's electric.
120,000. That's so cool. Those are all. I mean, that's just too much. Yeah. That's so close. So they have balance of that. Yeah, it's all about that. That, dude, I would totally. That's just too much. I mean, if you're without it,
They look good, huh? Doesn't the electric?
why would they offer that with a gas engine or diesel engine?
I don't know.
Do you hate money, Chevy? Do you hate GMC? Great. Why not make you the option?
God,
You're not to read. This is fun. That's a the Strike Force edition. That's the one too.
well, I'm the Strike Force kind of guy.
Yeah. That could be you, big.
What's up, buddy?
Oh, fucking Kanye West. 2 sold-out shows, 8,000. They say made what? $13 million show.
That.
I'm not kidding.
Well, there's no doubt that he's crazy, but talented as it gets.
Yeah, but remember, everyone's like, oh, he's canceled, all this stuff, and the Nazi stuff. You remember, most people, if you're a Kanye fan, they're like, he's crazy, we don't take that serious, we just want the music.
Okay, but here's the thing. Sponsors, Pepsi, the big corporations go, we're out. No, that's the issue.
They're out. Code word.
Hold on, let me see. Yeah. Send you this article. That's not so. Meals sold out. SoFi Stadium.
You live in
Yeah. Major sponsor.
Hey, yo, what's up, bro?
living the dream. How are you? Dog.
I love you, baby. Hi, baby.
How you living, big man?
Holy, ¿cómo estás?
V2?
Yes.
Dog, you're not
Pero bien,
word, dog.
pero bien, amigo.
You're from Kick, right?
¿Te acuerdas de mí? No te acuerdas de mí, pero hijo de puta. ¿Quién se metió ahí? Ella se fue.
We should do an interview.
Ella se fue.
Yo, Esteban, let's do it. Okay,
Búscame, bro. Se cole, marica. No te bañas, hermano. ¿Hace cuánto no te bañas? No, me puse parolo. Creo que déjalo. Y nosotros antes hablábamos por el traductor. El vale agarraba, traducía, lo colocaba y después hablábamos así. No, hombre, es que con el traductor parece que estoy hablando con un robot, marica, weón. Real mío.
Café. Tu sol.
Mira, no estoy de primera clase, brother. Esa marica que le habla, esa marica como que eres culo enfermo, brother.
Oh boy. Okay.
But I think a lot of these are like, it is money. I think the real money is in those sponsors. I don't know. No, it's in merchant sales.
Chris.
Well, yeah, I mean, you're right.
And then,
Oh, yeah.
okay. That's why I just say hello.
Yeah, there are a lot of Rockstar. There are a lot of, they're like, he can still make for himself.
Good night, Rob. Good night, Rob.
What happens is the amount of is what happens. I think we're missing the point here. Yeah, brands, of course, is scared of the backlash pulled out. Kanye West, after being canceled, sold 2 SoFi shows. Okay. People. And also, it's the most tickets sold. Like, one of those trip. You see, guys, festival. Kanye West by himself. Kanye West by himself like twice. I mean, look, and Billie Eilish goes next, no females. Bitch, Kanye lost billions of dollars. So, you have to also understand there are a lot of people that agree with Kanye. No, I don't think it's that. No. I don't think it's that switch in America. I don't think people are looking at Kanye first. No, yeah, you don't give a fuck. I was watching him and he was spitting these bars. I said, I like to feel that right out. Bars, was he good, Brian? He was spitting shit. But like you listen to him, you're like, oh my god. Like, and so was most and all the other people around. They were like, Jesus. Like he was so undeniably talented. So still, yeah, so silent. People say that when the show is like it's never been better. Yeah, for sure. He's, again, I don't know. I think people that go are pro. I think what they say is they go, he's a little crazy, right? Like he's crazy. He has these moments. He has these episodes, and he'll just say some crazy shit. And be like, I didn't mean it. You're doing what? He's a genius. He's just a best to be a little not. Here's what's crazy. Yay snagged 18 million a Friday concert. Yeah, well, everyone that went to the show said it's like one of the best concerts they've ever seen.
So now it's like, did the other venues are just like, all right.
Well, what happens with a lot of venues, they start to go, damn, there's a lot of money being made. You know, it's like,
you get some pushback a little bit, but
well, you'll get pushback because the pushback is the pushback is layered, right? So let me give you an example. I know a company that they were a company, and they wanted to work with this company, and the company was like, damn, I mean, let me think about it. And somebody got a call and said, and the call was something to the effect of,
is regarding Kanye West?
Yeah. And the company said, the call said this, Kanye West, no, you won't get a loan. You won't find a bank that will give you a loan. And that is capital. So there are a lot of them go on behind the scenes. Now, how long will that last when you make that much money? When you're that popular? You know, there are a lot of people also that go, hold on, guys. There's a lot of money we made here for this partnership. And it all comes down to the truth. He says, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You know, he had if you're that talented, people will make a lot of excuses, right?
You're kind of silent. That's like, well, leave it up to the public. Oh, he sold how many? 2 shows? Okay. That's what they want to do.
Well, it's not weird to silence him in the sense that when you do something as offensive as sell swastikas, when you do something and you just write a song that says Heil Hitler, anyone who understands history goes, wow, you're an asshole. I found it very offensive personally. I was like, you're an asshole. And then he says, well, it was my medication that a Jewish doctor prescribed to me. So your bipolar medication makes you a Nazi. Okay, fine. Now, what I'll do here is this. I'll say, Kanye is a little crazy. He's literally is bipolar. And sometimes bipolar people do things that are downright self-destructive and actually crazy, which will make them look like an asshole. I can afford him that grace. I still think when you do stuff like there are a lot of people who, especially Jewish people, who recognize what they can. They're going to go, you want to do that? Watch this.
Yeah, that's almost.
I believe I saw this.
Yeah, but also Kanye too. Like my thing with all of this, like he just has a love that. Like, with Kanye, it's like granted, it hasn't been that much time passed, but the repercussions, he lost billions of dollars. So the whole reading, he does all of it. So he lost billions of dollars. Just vote them off the island.
Do you know what they came to? What happened?
Look, wow, Louis C.K. It was just a little bad time because Kanye is back in Louis C.K. So then the people who wanted the cancel culture are really upset. Yeah, but Louis C.K. was like part of the madness. Where it's like I don't know what he did, but he wasn't. You can't lump him in with Harvey, Weinstein, because he's talking about rape and like horrible shit. He got lumped into all that shit, which was terrible. Yeah. He was like, but Weinstein was actually went to
accuse you and say,
what I'm saying is happening now. He went to jail. He could have packed it up, shut down, kept talking about it, being negative, shitty on podcasts, shitty in stand up. Or he went, I'm just gonna keep on. Just kept putting out dope content, kept with it.
He's undeniable. I'm so glad he is. I think he's great. And I think he paid his price too. So
Hey, let's take a little break here. Raise your hand if you've been putting off dental cleaning annual checkups. Honestly, any kind of doctor's appointment, that's us, dude.
Well, first of all, try to find a good doctor, right?
It's a nightmare.
When you move to a place that says, I don't know who's a good doctor, I don't know where to go, I actually don't have a doctor, which is a major problem.
Dude, I just got a dentist. I do so much work.
But I go to
For
the
years, I've said, I had a workout. It's fine. For years.
Yeah. You basically go, oh, I have this, let me go to ChatGPT and put the symptoms.
Yeah, does this sound familiar? This year, you're going to do things differently. We're finding doctors we love and put their appointments on
ZocDoc. COCDOC. Okay? So, it basically,
it's a free app, website, helps you find and book high quality in-network doctors so you can find someone you actually love. We're talking about booking in-network appointments with more than 150,000 providers.
Industry, private care, specialties offered by 200 doc. You can easily search symptom, develop a care team that is right for you.
Appointments made through ZocDoc happen fast, within 20 to 72 hours of book. Can even score same day appointments.
And you can do that, by the way, Brendan, personally, like in person or via
Putting off those doctor appointments like I've been through a nightmare. Go to zoc.com/5.com/love. That's C/Flatter for sponsor the podcast. That marathon rewards today. Start earning refund. We're finding terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for outhouse.
there are certain that I was, they would be just Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson went on his tirade, his anti-Semitic rant and all that stuff.
Sure did.
They sat it down and said, listen, you're going to take a seat for 10 years.
Do we believe this, sir?
I know this one.
10 years. I'm just like, get the fuck out of there.
10 years. Well, why don't you go ahead and look at when he started working again? So, talk to him about it.
You couldn't get financing, bro. You're trying to get financing for anything.
Hey, look at me. 10 years. He was told, you're going to take a seat for 10 years. Okay? Because what happens is, Bubba, his agents and all those people, they know how the business works. And they go, you're going to take a seat for 10 years. And 10 years to the day, practically, he came back, did some stuff.
After 11 years. This was says no.
Well, yes, but remember, it wasn't until he was doing 11 years after all.
Dude, Calypto.
That was after. So one was 2006. There you go.
Calypto shortly after his DUI.
2006 to 2016. That was when he was allowed to direct something called Hacksaw Ridge.
And then, isn't he doing another Passion of the Christ?
Yeah.
Isn't he doing another Passion of the Christ?
Bring up to darkness. See who financed that. He got some independent financing. And, because people were like, I can still make money on it overseas. It's been waiting for
also really good.
Yeah. But he's great. Yeah, GK film, BBC. It was like a kind of a shell of millions. Although it was Warner Brothers.
Yeah, he got put out distribution Warner Brothers. Yeah, he got put on ice.
Yeah.
Louis C.K. put on ice.
Yeah.
Like Kanye is different.
He did work in 2010.
Mel?
Yeah, in 2011.
Yeah.
But there was, he got,
No, it's not that.
in 10 years,
It's a front. Guarantee by like, that's not real. That's not. That is.
but it kind of is because he did these, so these are small independents. Oh, it's $6 million, not that much.
It's a big one budget.
But here's the thing.
Don't do that again. Give him a stern warning.
Although that is a 4-year layoff, right? And 4 years, and then you got another, you start him in total silence until 2016. But I did talk to him about it. I had dinner with him. He went through a career tap,
Yeah.
reputation destruction, and then came back.
Sure.
So, yeah. I don't think he's ever really been back, but I think after 2016, Hacksaw Ridge was a big deal.
That's always a big movie.
Big movie. That was 10 years. Malcolm's gonna say, back 11 years after Hollywood, 11 years after. It was
Yeah, he's home too. He's also a lot older though, too.
he is.
Like, he's not gonna be fucking.
Although, that's a long time. It's a long time. It wasn't long ago concerned talk. It started in 2006 when the police came for this arrest. Yeah,
Call it sugar tits.
yeah. I got worse. It got worse 4 years later after studio for Oksana, right? With sexual violence after that calling resident. That's right. He tried to make a comeback with the 2013 movie sequel, Machete Kills, but that knocked the box office apart because many distributors didn't want to touch a project with Gibson attached. And I remember, I'll keep going, there were a number of countries where the CEOs of the companies were so upset with whatever he said, whether it was about literature, they would just refuse the movie. Said to the producer, Sergei Rothschild, you're trying to bring this up, keep on. So they, this is what happened. That changed last time. Financed through independent foreign funding, though, right? Open and great claim. So he still had to get independent foreign funding.
So he earned an Oscar.
Yeah. Yeah. He's bad. But did you see what I'm saying? It was the best picture nomination. He had to still get it financed by someone overseas. It's saying it again, which is exactly what it took 11 years before he was able to get that mainstream money, right? Because this would drop. The old money are no longer there.
It's his passion. You don't know. After show and write scripts for 10 years. A beachfront property. Oh no. 25 more than yeah, so
You want to talk about an incredibly talented guy? And by the way, he's 60 with a 28-year-old smoke show wife and another kid with him.
I worked for the next 10 years. Fortune just sitting right near Malibu.
He had major problems with alcohol.
Oh yeah.
Sober now. And I've spent a little time with him, and he's been absolutely just an amazing guy. I think he had those demons, and getting drunk. Shit would come out, right?
He can become people's sugar tits. That's right.
Yeah, but how do you settle that? You know, it is true that, you know, you go through a long cooling off period. How 9 years since it happened.
But he never stopped working. 9 years.
The good news is, bad news is, you've got $1 million left.
Yeah.
Right? Right. But then, and then he was doing, so remember, I had him on Job and Friends and Improv, and there's protesters there. What? Yeah. I didn't know that. Oh, yeah. I mean, the moral of the story is, like big networks, before you thought they were shunned for life, no, they come around. Just, and by the way, Will Ferrell, out of a town like Houston, incredibly popular and loved, and then he worked with Mel Gibson right after it. So yeah, that's what it takes. Like, one of the guys that put a hand out, like, all right, man, you're serving your time, and then they help him out. Well, is Kevin Spacey working on it right now? No, but his show was weird too, right? I think he said he's been working a lot. I'll tell you, I never made a comeback, really. James Franco. Yes, he's still acting. Yeah, I've had projects films. Well, I bet you get Kevin Spacey at a real discount right now. He's so talented. Spacey, yeah, we're talking about. Oh, yeah. He's so talented. I know. Yeah. Still struggling to support from major Hollywood studios. Still. Hollywood studios are still shy about it. I forgot what he. You got people like Sharon Stone. Come back. There's a lot of stuff. Well, he got acquitted. He fucking acquitted of everything. Sexual offenses. A lot more, man. So acquitted of everything. But that to me is always tricky too. When they settle, it's kind of like, and then the guys are looking for money too. Yeah, real. He's also someone that just hasn't. He just keeps going. Let's go. There's a bunch. Scam thing. The fake podcast. I get a son. Early too. Hey, yeah, you go on. I was pulling my ticket down. My ticket, dude. I take it. You gotta see how Rick talks about Pittsburgh accessories. I never have shopping. All of yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. They have everything. So stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows.
We're coming at you with everything we got.
This is free. This is free. This is movies like Pineapple Express, the entire Star Trek film franchise, and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants, The Fairly Odd Parents, and Pluto TV is always free. Pluto TV, stream now, pay now.
My name is Julia, and I handle guest booking for Amy Poehler, host of the Good Hang podcast. On the show, Amy has real heartfelt conversations with people who are making a meaningful impact through their work and life. We would love to invite you to join her for an upcoming episode. Our listeners truly value honesty, growth, and authentic perspective. And your voice as a comedian and podcast taking culture and modern life would make for and memorable conversations. I'd be glad to coordinate next steps to find a time that works for you. We also offer compensation of your time and participation. The whole is there. They have the logo of the show. It looks like a real episode. Manager signed the same managing people. They said, "Do you think Poehler wants a better show?" He goes, "Oh, I don't think so." And immediately he goes, "Let's go." By the way, of course. That's been going out to a bunch of people and
so many people are angry because they think they're booked on Amy Poehler's show, and he goes, does it say anything about compensation? And we get the email up and go, yeah, so offer competitive compensation every time to participate. He goes, the next email is you send you a funnel. This is being emailed to people that are so booked on the show, like haven't worked in years, and they're telling their families, you know, your father got booked on the Amy Poehler podcast today. Like, mother and like they're all having dinner at Encino, and the mother, your has started rolling the pay. Now he's Amy Poehler tradition. The kids are like, oh, Dad, that's the loss. All I think is, years ago, conversation. I cannot believe you have followed me. I told you, I would tell you that something was going to happen out of nowhere, and you were going to kind of get the follow-up email. We'll put in your bank information. 3 days later, they're sitting in a casino having dinner again, and the kids are there, and the kids are like, Mom and Dad, what's wrong? And then the mother goes, well, apparently, the Amy Poehler was a scam, and your father, our bank account information, our bank's cleared out, it's our accounts, and we're having real issues right now. Tim Dillon almost got scammed, but
You're not the only one. When did you realize this week when they were like,
I got on the phone with the guy, because the guy had to reconfigure my computer, because we were going to do it. I go, wait, we're not doing it in person on Zoom. All right. So go get on Facebook. I don't know how to do this. So he's on it. Got this accent. And I'm like, where are you from? And finally I go, wait, do you know me? And I was like, oh, fuck.
gotcha.
And I go, I gotta go. And I was like,
Delete my truck. I found this guy. And he's like, it's this much to send him my Venmo. And send me a picture of him driving a similar truck to mine. He's like, just tune this one. And I was going to send this money Venmo. I thought, I don't know this. I can't see him this meeting with him. So I go, send me your email so I can just email blogs, like, you know, no email, send me your email. You know, I can track this email, send to the J and do a rundown. So he sent the money before, and then I went back and went, oh shit, what is this? I was like, I can make hustling so easily. Yeah, hustle, tune.
I said to the guy who calls me from Jamaica and tells me that I want money. No, because you want the money, but you have to pay it. It's 30 feet. You're going to send me something. I said, I said, wait, okay, we said, what's you got? I'm like, okay. And I just kept calling. And I go, did you get it? Did you get it? Because no, I sent it to I just kept fucking in different places. But I was just like, this. Why are you not getting it? I want the money. Is there a time limit? Is there a time limit? Well, dude, just tell me what I'll do. And I'll just send it to you. I just kept. He just did that. I go, it's not there. And he goes, well, can I send you nudes? Mad at me. Oh my God, Mom! I don't waste their fucking time. Get the voter all day. What's this, Jimmy? Black.
essentially blackface because like doing the whiteface, but I'll let them explain.
I've been an artist and it's gonna do a response to this and like go and do like the full on and do it and just do it back. So why not? You know, like the same playing field. Like I think there's a way to do it. Oh, I'm singing it while it's getting. But if there's a way to do it, if there's a way to do it, I think I think there needs for the character like Drewski or I'm trying to think of somebody else. Charles Barkley, Chuck Barkley. If you got one of us to get with me, let's do this. But still, that's pussy. Now, you think it is? Yeah. To me, there's a level of like, doesn't that make us more like prejudice? Us have to partner with just drop this. And he's done it a couple of times. I was great. This is make fun. I don't I see in truth and comedy. So, like, what are we talking about? So you're saying that? You see that Justin Trudeau, the mayor of I was just with him. I was just with them. You were not. Yeah. He was beefing. Look at him right there in the middle. Look at how dark he went. I mean, he went. To be fair, that picture's in black and white, so we can't tell how dark you went. But what about me, Kimmel, when he was black and brown over there? Bring that up, huh? Hey, look at even the Greek Kimmel. Yeah. Just like I would have.
Kimmel pretend to be Carl. I don't know. The problem is with Jake Paul, he could probably pull it off, especially as the team, like the Riders. If anyone's going to put the talent of Drews, yeah, with his comedy and
I can make it funny or something. I don't know. Maybe I did it.
It's dice territory. I see what they're saying. Yeah.
There's a history of blackface, I understand, but it shouldn't be. This is comedy. I think anything should be allowed with comedy. I think, regardless of the backlash, you do it. He'll be fine.
He'll technically be fine. Yeah, I don't think like Netflix when he dropped his deal now.
You'll get some. This environment, you get some people agitators who are like, "Oh, there's nothing in this country."
Drewski's funny.
The Erica Kurt thing. I feel bad for Erica, but you know, like satire. That's what comedians do.
If anyone's gonna be able to pull up, you just gotta do it. No, gotcha. So this is a YouTuber talking about this streamer. The stream thing happened like I don't know, maybe like end of last month, so not that long ago. And he thought his computer was jacked up, like even someone spilled water on it. And you guys tell me what it looks like when you see this video. He actually slapped this girl. Like happened.
Just what it looked like, too.
I believe he did as well. But then he went out there with this girlfriend. On the shingle, like, no, I got pissed off and hit something. And shit.
Yeah, that looked like an actor, dude. And that looks like he's done it before. You know, that's what
Yeah. And it's her trying. You've seen this before with the logic girl.
Yeah, they do that. They do that. They cover for their men.
Well, you've seen it before. Oh, yeah. He goes, ow.
Yeah, he hits her.
Yeah.
He hits her.
And then they probably get on there together because he's like, hey man, we're not gonna have any income.
Yeah, you can save your life, your marriage, but I mean, I don't know what to say about that. That's
It's insane. I would never hit my wife, and she's pregnant. So he's talking about it. I hit my wife. You know, I hit her, that'd be wrong. If you look at her eye, underneath her left eye, there's a mark. She was trying to help. And it's a quarter to I did and I was putting it on this PC. You understand? I think it just shut down. Trying to help me. I had it flipped up. I was laying down. It was like this. If you saw it, was in the corner of the screen. By the way, it was insane. The arm motion and not like insane. Right here. It was like she couldn't get it. She literally was out because of the I don't know how much it was, but it was her fucking big eye is the biggest load of shit I've ever heard. He says in that clip, I think one of people are saying like it might. And then he's saying the whole event that happened, so was hitting a piece. Yeah.
And he also goes,
He also goes, he's instruction how he clearly he's frustrated. Their way. Any questions for her? Viewers and everybody asking people that are trying to get you and I swear we're ready to fight they are.
The skin contact that you guys are talking about, where you're hearing it, Jordan was so freaked out in that situation, and I love him, and I've been with him for 5 years. Like, when Jordan flips out, I mean, y'all have seen him many times. I mean, if he punched me, I'd be very obvious that he, like, literally.
this part, yeah, that's fucked up. There's footage of you freaking out. Punching out of the couch next door and everything.
It's but you know, every time you put out a finger, it's like you're lying. He's so full of shit, like just a scumbag. Women will do that. They will, because there's so many things going on. They may have kids, their bills, there's so many things that they'll cover for the that they have to live with.
Especially if that's the way they're making money.
Yeah, they just cover those.
This is if there's an issue with it, like, what's
Just time me how long to do when I say go. Okay, ready, go. Okay, I'm back.
welcome back.
How long was it?
You plugged in around 10 minutes.
It's faster than no, like I think I was closer to like 2 seconds.
No, the only time where I'm giving you the real
If you're not able to do this, it's okay.
It's totally that way. But I promise I'm doing my best. If you ever want to do
Actually sees this video. So this is Sam. This is where it gets really interesting.
You know, OpenAI recently reacted to one of my videos, so I'm gonna have AI react to action and put what he said to the text. And I'm gonna run you keep track of the text, okay?
absolutely, I'm ready when you are. Just let me know when you start.
Okay, and that's something.
Yes, I can absolutely keep track of time. We're on this call. I can.
Okay, and you're not lying?
I'm not lying. It's precise. It's not.
Okay, well, before you do that, who's this on the screen to do?
Nice person on your screen who looks a lot like Sam. He's
Yeah, it's your creative.
exactly a creator, but he's definitely a key figure behind some of them. So if you want to just let me know if you like anything.
Playing it now.
So what he's saying is that some voice models might not have all the capabilities, but I do. I see. Well, I'll tell you that right now. I definitely have a timer. Right, I'm starting the timer now. Go over
Okay,
welcome. It's 7 minutes and 40
it's not true.
The timer thing, yeah, it does everything, you know? Well, not everything, but you know, it knows a shit ton. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, that's really why. Ego is all that.
We're so having a robot in our house that can do literally everything from brushes to do your dishes to, you know, have you seen
That's it.
taxi?
Yeah. You would love to own that.
So check this out. It's 30 grand, I believe, right? The car, no steering wheel, no pedal. You just put in where you want to go. It takes you. It's your car. You can buy it. Okay? It takes you there. And then when you're eating dinner or whatever, it just earns you. Oh, wow. Yeah. Pretty badass. That's pretty cool. Yeah. Hey, go do Uber, make me some money. That's right. Or go pick up my kids or whatever. It's one of those crazy shit like that, right? Do you Tesla road? It costs like 30 grand.
Do you use your I haven't done it much, but then I know honestly
You won't be able to work on your laptop, and your eyes have to leave you, and it'll change you.
you can know. I literally 17, 18 minutes on my everything.
What?
Me to a charging station and back to Tesla.
Come on.
I didn't do anything, and it did it perfect. And someone's kind of backed in. It has to be less than
Damn.
how much extra for yourself. That's it. $100 a month. That's what it is. $9 for subscription.
That's so.
You can just imagine a bunch of things that you need to take care of. And
It is like a heartbeat. It's robots. The only thing is it doesn't drive. Probably would drive me crazy. At least 20 miles.
you're sleeping. Uber's out there.
Yeah.
So this one, it must be tomorrow, but the guy actually did it for me because it's almost like a insane motorcycle self-driving.
Because that would be great.
But yeah, that's it for this.
Right, California, April 10 and 11. I'll see you there.
Active Cali, dude. Everybody.
Oh yeah. Friday, Saturday. Let's go.
Alright, kids, that's it. If you want some fisticuffs, Game Bread FC going down this Friday, they'll stream it. I don't know where they're streaming, I'll find out though. But you have the heavyweight tournament going down. Tune in, kids. Alright? We'll see you guys in the deep. That's it. This is 5Kid. We're out. Yes, sir. Monday, April 6th. What's up, fam? How is everybody? How was your Easter? Did you hide the ants for the kiddos? We sure did. Kids love Easter, even though they have no idea the meaning behind it. They think it's a rabbit, and they get a ton of chocolate. That's just how it goes around these parts. We had a UFC fight night, and this is all just been edging us for the big 327. Dude, cook them chicken wings, get the cold beers out, get them popping. Right now, diet chair, I think. But all your stuff together because we have a full weekend of actual good fights in combat sports. It kicks off Friday. Friday in the DR, you have Game Bread FC, the heavyweight tournament begins. You have my dumbass on the mic along with doing the play-by-play. It is going down great. Game Bread Fighting Championship, 30 p.m. Eastern. You got your main event, Demand Hard, Diego Santos, Guto Innocente. It is a heavyweight tournament. The winner gets $500K. Tournament starts this freaking Friday in the DR. April 10th, like you said, May 1st. Huge main event for May 1st will be announced later this week, and it is a fun one. Against the boys in this bad boy. German Dos Guto Innocente. He didn't commentate his last fight. People fighting this dude in bare knuckle out of their mind. That is a fun fight with him. Santos. You also got Ray Cooper, Charles Rosa, Pena. It's a fucking card. You call MMA.
boy, is it 210.
Guy, then Saturday, we got a shit sandwich. It was great. This weekend, which wasn't bad. Beat it like it did do in Moicano. Fantastic. But overall, not great, right? And then you got this weekend, and it is popping because you have the UFC 327. Oh, all the fights are fantastic. All of them, top to bottom. Enjoy the show. You also got Tyson fighting on Netflix as well. Your boy Conor Ben fighting. Zufa's very own Conor Ben, the fan. It's Regis Progress. He's a monster. He's a little monster. That's at a catchweight at 150. Tyson Fury fighting this Russian Makamudov. Tyson Fury, just so you guys know, is a pretty sizable favorite. This would be what they call a warm-up fight come from. And that would be this. Let's just get it back in there. Kicking that spear tie around his waist around a little bit. Getting his big ass in shape. Sizable favorite. So if you're a fight fan this weekend, Friday, you got Game Red House. Saturday, UFC 327. Tyson Fury fighting on that. You're welcome. The fight got said, you're welcome. They're fantastic. Fantastic. Or something. All the matchups, it's gonna be hard to pick. Fight them. But the ticket sales are, it's definitely more of a hardcore, so aren't popping yet. It's not sold out. I'd be surprised if it doesn't sell. I think this is just a on there to really sell. This is the one you want to buy. I don't know what the price of tickets are. That's a whole separate issue. But as far as getting there for the first fight is Kelvin Gastelum, Vicente Luque at middleweight. Dude, let's go. You got Tatiana Suarez coming back against Lupi. You got Kevin Hall, Randy Brown. Never miss one fight. Cameron's doing the damn thing. Ribovix, that's a great fight. Take my money. Joe Pitbull and Pico, loser goes home. It's a fork in the road fight. The Bellator fight, that's all that is. And we're both, either of you have provided really any sort of, whoever loses this fight, next time's over. That's how this fight's going down. You know, I was riding my boy in Pico, coming off that Lerone Murphy loss, all good. But Tricia Pitbull and Pico have not blown the doors off anyone. And they're also, they cost a lot. If you know the model, you get a contender series guy you've never heard of to fulfill, and they will do exactly that. Paulo Costa, the light heavyweight, if he gets away, he can stay the light heavyweight to do it. I'm telling you, to get some blood flowing in that light heavyweight division. Get the blood flowing. Whitaker now, get these middleweights, going to be a huge statement with just the fight I'm most curious about. Curtis Blades, Josh Hokitt. Hokitt, real deal. Too soon. I ranked top 15, fight number 4 guy. Some of the very best. Okay, guys in the division, all the confidence in the world, undefeated young cat, facing Curtis Blades. He's been with the very best. He's a juvenile national champ. He's a problem. He's a tough night in the office for anybody, especially a guy with not a ton of experience. But let's see what Josh is made of, man. This is it. Let's throw him straight to the deep end, and it's just have to stay in the heavyweight division. And then the main event, Yuri versus Carlos Ulberg. This is for the weekend light heavyweight title, right? Because Alex Peloton obviously relinquished his belt. He's up at heavyweight, which he's fighting in the White House. So there's no current light heavyweight champ. And yeah, Yuri versus Carlos fighting for that. So it's a great fight stylistically. Now here's the thing: you're gonna look at this, and if you've been around the UFC for a little bit, you're like, you're gonna do it. He's fighting this younger guy. Carlos over or off? Carlos over. He's actually older. Do you know that, Chet? I didn't. He's older with 2003 Power Strong. Great mode. Great mode. Less miles. But here, even though he has more miles, he's younger. He's newer. Miles on. This one, you know, if you're betting on it, a lot of guys are going to be Carlos. You can get over in this to get ready for it. Now, the bullets aren't live. It's close training for those over. You can't do that. You cannot mimic Yuri. So he's this. He's doing not the most traditional thing. Movements are everything. But Carlos can capitalize on this fight go long. I really think this fight is Carlos to win the first 2 rounds. If you can't figure out Yuri in the first 2 rounds, Yuri's going to be a decision. That being said, I also think Yuri is a guy who we've seen that's gotten back over fights. He's made it bigger for the strength of schedule. Yuri's made it 5-round fights. Carlos never got 5 rounds. He's been, main events, but he's never got 5 rounds. Strength of schedule, my God, the only person that worked on it. But the end of the very best guy to do it, beat you twice. You look at this, is it even close? You're talking SEC school, Alabama versus freaking CS playoff. We don't know how that, but usually those bigger schools will schedule end up beating that out. For Yuri, it's going to be, again, I like the unconventional striking, the hands down. Now, if you get his 2 losses to Peloton, traditional high caliber striking can time that and catch him. Sure, that's what Goldberg has been working on, trying to capitalize here. Now, that's only going to work if he fights like a jabroni and flies in and throws caution to the win and makes a mistake. Really think with Yuri, and I can relate to it. Yuri has I think he has a daughter on the way, or either way, he has a kid on the way. His wife's pregnant. I think she's due like 3 days after. So that dad power, that Papa Bear power, is going to give Yuri this focus that he's never, ever been able to channel before. That Papa Bear focus, I never bet against a guy with kids like that, especially if it's their first child. If you look at like Perry, you look at certain guys, when they have kids, they just kind of mature and don't take the same risk they were going to take before they do. They really zone in and they know what's on the table, and now they got mouths to feed, and they don't take those same dumb risks. So when you calculate all that, it's tough to bet against here. It's tough to bet for the division, though, blood, but yeah, we'll see how Goldberg capitalizes on the mistakes here. He makes them. I really think he's doing the game, and I really think accurate if you come in more focused first in Kate side, identify there's no one who mimic his style. It's a tough task. Very tough task. I thought it was chill. Definitely, I'm not surprised if Wahlberg fast, but honestly, in favor of Gary. Minus 125 plus 105 in MMA, that's good money basically, but damn, Josh Hogan's up plus 102. This is how good this card is. This is how good this freaking card's out, right? They put him on 28 with Strickland Hamzat, so that'd be 328. So you have Strickland Hamzat, that's Joshua Van. I'm not mad at it. Tyler Walker, 30 plus 110. Again, this is basically even money.
How you living, big man? What's up? Hello, can you hear me?
Costa has a tough fight. And Pico minus 355. Balls. Off of assuming he's going to mature, not rush him. Dumbass mistakes. He's a very heavy-handed pit bull. My word. No one's been on. That's one thing. I love this whole thing. I still think at a high level, I think it's he can do it. It's like camp around with Greg Jackson. He can do it. But my God, take my bias out of it. If I'm a better plus 260 people, that's good money, Daddy. That's good money. Cub Swanson, Nate Landwehr, plus 102. That's what I'm trying to do. That's even money in MMA. Camera person. Kevin Holland, Randy Graham, plus 102, minus 122. That's even money. Tatiana Suarez, minus 155. Calvin Gaslam's a minus 230. That's whoa. You're telling me not gonna fucking parlay Vicente Luque and Patricio Pitbull, the two dogs? Because to me, those are toss-ups. That's worth a bet, fellas and ladies. But just looking at the odds, that's how you can tell how great of a card this is. It's so good, dude. It's so good. I'll be in the DR. I'll be in the DR with this photo. I'll give my exact picks to break down Thursday's show, but boy, Patricia Pitbull and Curtis Blades being big underdog. Kelvin Gaston. Man, if it, again, take Blades, Patricia Pitbull, and Kelvin and Vicente. Yeah. Not saying they're gonna win, but chances of making good money, that's not. You can see all people winning. You know, I don't know. They're dogs for a reason, but they're dogs, good dogs are better. We even get into Mikado. Yeah, Mikado was the main event on Saturday. Dude, I can't love Mikado anyway. He's like, what the fuck is this nothing for me? What are we doing? What the fuck are we doing? He's like, don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. But he's right. He's like, this is nothing for my legacy. My various, this is nothing for my legacy. Nothing for my YouTube. Don't know who the fuck Chris Duncan is. Dangerous guy. He takes him out. This was actually supposed to be to put Chris Duncan on the top. I think UFC was like, hey, Mikado had his run. Up against Makachev. Let's put up Chris Duncan. And Mikado said, not so fast. Show me money. And did the damn thing. He's right back in it. Mikado. I would do Mikado. Let me see the rankings. He's right, Doug. He's like, what the fuck is this? I'm in an 8-pack. There's 50 gym. Buddy Mikado. I'll tell you, Mikado. I know we got into you give up your lawsuit money. Get them. This is them do a favor. They went, Mikado didn't give up the trust. Let's make him a main event at 8-packs. Oh, love that. Like, they're never going to take care of you, Bubba. That's why I'm saying, the money. Show me the money. And I showed you, I got it. They're doing you a solid, Mikado. They give you a main event on the 8-packs against Duncan. To your point, Mikado. Like, that ain't where you're at. Dog, you're a big fish. You're size in the UFC and you can fight your ass off. You just So what's next for him? I'm doing McConnell Dan Hooker. I'll do McConnell Dan Hooker on a numbered event. Co-main event. Or they should really pay back for turning down that antitrust lawsuit money they gave him back. Give him a big dog, give him a big fish. Think of that build-up. McConnell, Patty Pimlet, if they love him, and then shoot for the star. I'm not saying that there's not a big fight, but I'm saying Pimlet's kind of the golden egg right now. Golden goose there. Right, chatting all the things for Housewives. They see picture of this. It's late at night, you're scrolling through your feed when you see it. That one item that you've been looking for, you click on the link, add to even shop around a little more, but you didn't check out. If you're filling in your address, you realize you don't have one way to do that purple paint button that has all of your information saved. They can check it out as simple tap on your screen. That's thanks to Shopify. Shopify is by millions of businesses around the world, and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. from household like Drive Household, yes, all the big dogs are doing it. The brand's just getting started, man. Shopify is everywhere. I use that purple Shopify button. I so many car parts, it shows up like, oh, that was car stuff. Complete style. Team right behind you whenever scrolling or strolling. As your commerce expert expertise in everything from mandatory to international shipping to processing, returns, and beyond. We had 24/7 we got you guys less abandoned and more sales go cha-ching with a shop $1 per month today at shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SE. That's go to shopify.com/shop. Shopify shop. Let's get back to the program. You see that part where she got caught? Duncan. So Duncan was like, obviously Wakanda had his control, and then you could hear Duncan's coach like, surprise elbow, right? And then he found his seat, said, yeah, he was just fucking on that one. But yeah, this card didn't pull your socks back, but then overall, if you like fighting, it was a fun one to watch. I watched from the first prelim. They were good, man. E-Way looked fantastic. The body punch. Good card. Good card. What do we got? Don't go. Alright, so also the weekend was Johnson Wilder versus Deontay Wilder. The thing about this was going to the fight, lost the toes, and busted ropes on his girl stuff. That was the hype of this card. But you watch the card and you're like, we need a Wilder in this world, man. You need a big person. There's not a ton of big personalities in boxing. You need a Wilder. Let's get this guy back in. You watch it. It was the most technical fight. It was very entertaining. When I saw it, I could be like, fuck it out. I feel like Francis could get that fight after this Netflix card, and that would be so exciting. Just two guys just fucking such a good fight. Yeah. I don't know when you talk about something to him. I guess. Yeah. That ain't an easy fight for Anthony either. He just get hit. I can see them doing it. I can see them doing it because you get since taking it right. They see like a ringless fight this weekend on Netflix. Wilder Joshua would be a technically warm-up fight for Joshua. Being selfish. Proof like just being selfish is I would like seeing Gatto get to Wilder. Yeah, just so we got some chaos. Chaos. I think he's going fucking 6 close. 6 in that bad boy. It's just the highlight of the fight we're saying. Did you see what he's doing? I love it. And he goes, that's what he did. That's what he did right before he actually knocked us. So I mean, I think he really does believe it. Destroyed. He even said it. Like after the fight, he's like, I didn't want to hurt him too bad. You know, he has a family to go to. It's like, wow, it's so hard. But just like a street fight. Yeah, he's like, and he's just like. Because Francis had, I think Wilder trouble. That was the love you want to saw. You can see it better here. Goes down some side, like it's dropping. I want too much. This one's a weird one. I don't know if we saw this online yet. John was in there. Well, it is a road rage incident, but nothing fully did. But he didn't seem upset. When I first saw it, I was like, yeah, that's I thought it's the same thing. I know he was fake. I know really going back and forth. I was like, man, it almost seems fake. Like he set up. Well, here's the altercation part where Johnny had a little Caesar's part. Okay. Raptor. It's a Jet 2 Raptor. Bro, you gotta learn how to drive. You're almost hitting me with your truck, bro. You're almost hitting me, bro. What the fuck? Do you think you recognize this John Jones? Shit, bro. Come on. I get into him. Everyone does at this point. If you're a dude, they say, like, whatever you want. Yeah, and then also, now it's all speculation that he had a gun. But if I'm in Albuquerque, I'm right here again. If I'm talking on the car. If the dude's down, pull over. Texas, Albuquerque, you're sitting there. And this is his post, the dude that I'm. This one, nice on OSX, so I flick them off, then this app. Well, you also want to remember. Bro, I get into it. You're almost thinking, I love it. Anyways, we saw the video. What you trying to get? I don't know. What do you want? The people are like, yo, John should be better than me? Or was this gonna dick driving? And then there's repercussions for acting like an asshole. Now, I'm not tough. You know, nothing really happened. I remember there was a statement that John, I'm just thankful. Thank you, so the place I can pull over. But it's just like, it's so insane to me that it just never stops. There's something that happens in the news, and it's always a negative thing with John Joe. I mean, if you've been in that much trouble before, you gotta stay out. I mean, you have to. I mean, this is just. just God doing justice here. So, are you tough? This is 90% of the world. Oh, fuck that guy. We fucked him up. No, you wouldn't. No. No, you're not. The guys keep going too, though. No, you're not. Because what are you trying to do? You should have, like, oh, shit, John. Whoa. Whoa. My bad. What you got, Jen, sir? It is Mexican boy. At a radio station. He's not. Oh, okay. So, Mexican. I'm not going to sound very familiar.
Probably basketball.
On box A, the box, right? You or MMA. You got it right. I'll throw you 60 seconds. Ready? You come to a street corner. On one corner, kid playing stickball. On the other, football going to this crowd. The crowd watching. Is there or any of you watching anything other than the fight? Right? So the question is, why is the fight good? I made it part of the football game. So but even if you think is your favorite sport, metaphor for the imposition of will, fighting is literal imposition of will. It's more compelling. What's your favorite sport?
Yeah. I just remember Dana White always saying same kind of line. Yeah, Max is like, words. Yeah, he's right here. Fighting's in our DNA. It's in our DNA. It's like what made the best man win. And it's just for whatever reason, it's just we want to see it. It's so intriguing, you know. They understand the fight, like because Tigers started football. My wife, they were never really football. Oh, it's boring. Because you gotta learn the rules, you know. I was into it. Baseball, I didn't get into it until my son started playing. You gotta learn the rules, learn the players, all that stuff, the tendencies, the fundamentals. There's a lot that goes into it. I'll say a lot that goes into it. Now, yeah, that guy wants to hit that guy. That guy wants to hit that guy. Let's see what happens. It's very animalistic. It's just working to see. So you also understand it. You also understand, man, how settings a big part. Like even kids understand it. You know, like oh, okay, D-Lane. And all right, so this Dan White just saying flat out that he doesn't have anything to do with that. Told ya. And told ya.
My God. Move myself from the negotiation flavor because this is more that I'm lucky that I'm at a point in my life and in my career where I like to do. So, yeah, all the time, things like that. Yeah, and obviously, it's grown. I have completely self from the negotiation.
Yeah, Dana's right. He's like he did the work where he doesn't have to do that anymore. For the UFC's at currently. So Dana built it. He can name. I'm gonna relate to this, right? That's what I like. That's what I watch. Donut was massive. Hooligans was massive. We're talking crab. We're talking car hockey. Massive. They got so big that the corporate got attention. It was like, well, we want this phase, and then they sold. And then you loved when you started watching Donut, and then it's about the bottom dollar, maximizing dollars, maximizing it goes away from the creator, and then you have corporate suits who are like, yeah, the views might be down, we're selling less merch, but we're cut spending. So it changes the dynamic of what made it great. Say what you want about Dana, about the Fertitas, Shelby, Reed Harris, who some are still involved in, but they don't have the same influence they used to have. Joe, I mentioned, had a passion and knew fighting. Now you take him out of it, and you're starting to realize that shaking was pretty important. Because now you have the suits making matchups. And why are the suits making the matchups? Plus fights a year, your contender series guys are of name value, but they're cheaper, and so you're getting these fluff cards that you have. They ain't passing at T-Mobile Arena anymore. We don't need to go to Madison Square Garden. The equity of the stock that our shareholders have, we fights at the APEC limited crowd. Continue to put on fights. Don't know. The hardcores really aren't into, but we're still profiting because we did this 7-year deal. So it's basically, this is the definition of selling out. The UFC was that band that you loved, and they were kind of a regional thing, and you knew how special they were. Oh, really cool, and you're happy to see this. Remember when they signed with? It was a big deal when they signed with TV. They signed with. Oh my God, I can't believe it, dude! We're going mainstream. Kenny Flores on Oprah, and Ultimate Fighter blows this thing up, and you're calling your buddies like, do you remember when we used to watch the UFC, the Denver one? Always crazy, dude, look at this, and then this thing, and it was our thing. And slowly, the sharks start to, oh shit, they're on Fox, crazy, and then they're on Fox, and then you see all the content on Fox, and they're getting more fans, and they're doing this, and then you slowly start to see there's red flags. There's red flags. Oh, the individual. Wait for it? Yeah, it's actually better for you. Everyone goes, yeah, it's better for you. Yeah, this is cool. Now there's no individual fighters. They can't express themselves, but it's all these fighters have an issue, getting paid from the sponsors. I never had an issue with time. But all these guys tell me have issues. So this eliminates that. So the casuals better. And you can't weird. Oh, they're on Smith is there. I don't know what the fuck. Dominic Smith is there. They're doing this. And you're kind of like weird. It's getting a little weird. And then the suit's really coming. Denver buys it. TKO buys it, right? And Dana starts to. And the message is, oh, dude, we've never been better. We're worth more than we've ever been. We just sold for $7.7 billion TV right deals. This is right. How would you feel when they made the announcement of $7.7 billion TV right deal with Paramount? If underneath that there's an asterisk that said, but Dana White is no longer in charge and no longer making the main decision, you go, oh, that's who is? Shapiro, Hunter Campbell. Shapiro, the guy, yeah, what's it about? Absolutely nothing. Oh, that's not good. So to wrap this all up, is Dana has been telling you guys, kind of, like, hey, matchup that you're seeing. Of course, we'll still watch it. The hardcore, you're hanging on to something that will never come back. So you just gotta take it on Thursday and complain. Nah, that's not of the old days and how the cards are so much better and the divisions and there's more stars than real stars. Those days are so done. Those days are so old. And even though Dana has his flaws, he was the lifeline by the UFC. It was Dana, it was Josova, Sean Shea, McMahon's still there, Ed is there. The people that made this company great are kind of taking a back seat because they care about the bottom dollar business now, unfortunately. So you'll see this stuff, and the reason Dana's throwing this out, Dana's a smart. Making more money than ever. That's the suits. But as far as in some regards, he would get, like, I think Dana ate a lot of when he goes, the White House card's gonna be the best card ever, it's the best card ever. It would have been if Dana had the control and could have made the matchups that he wanted to do. Dana is a closer. I tell you this all the time. Coffee's for closers. There's no closers involved in UFC right now. No one should be drinking fucking Rothschild. So I would assume Dana, if they can't negotiate with Conor, I assume Dana might. He's the last of the big stars that are left. There's this eyeballs, and they like dealing with Dana. Those suits aren't closing. They have no connect. They don't realize the value that a Jones brings. That a matchup of John Jones would do for the fan base. They don't realize that. Yes, he's had his issues outside of the octagon, but Conor McGregor, there's a lot of us holding on to that want to see him fight one time. That doesn't mean anything because they have no context. They were when Conor's coming up. They don't realize that John's regarded as the greatest fighter of all time. They have no concept of any of that. They're like our last one sold whatever 400,000 pay-per-views. He wants 30 lives. Nor do they care. So it's become so corporate now. And some of us are playing for this, including myself. A lot of us are like, man, we want to be up there with the big dogs. MLB, NBA, NFL, soccer. We're just as big. We want to be one of the top 5 in the world. Careful what you ask for. Because you got it. You got it. How's it going? You know? He's throwing out these nuggets without so he's throwing out these like Dana knows the fight game. He knows all the shit the UFC's getting these days. He's seeing all of it. He's even running his damn how shit that White House card is. Around his butt stuff. But again, it's not my I gave the keys. I gave the keys to this other corporation, and they don't do it the same as I do. It will never be what it was. It's all your favorite band is now. They're selling, but you remember them in Dodge. You remember them at small shows, the small venues. You remember how cool they used to be. You remember the songs they put out, especially when they go the extra. Those days are done. So much. Oh yeah, I still love it. Did you? I don't know why that made me think of. Well, that's my So you're saying like you might chime in every now and then with like big deals, like with Conor McGregor might chime in, like go for UFC fighters that they had issues with Dana White. Yeah, the Fertitas. Yeah, that was exactly what I was asking. Did you ever have any issues with the Fertitas? I didn't. Me and Dana really had issues till after I stepped in. Before that, like you would think Joe Silva and that few was kind of being a prick about it. We would go to Dana. And Dana was always cool. He would get it done. So I knew that the writing was on the wall when it's like, Tom John. And now all the fighting. Glazing John Jones now we're not getting it. And Dana Kondracki can't say this. But in real on, he'd be like, it's out of my control. But yeah, trust me, I wanted it too. So that's why it seemed like we were and clearly that's true. It was negotiations. Hunter Campbell was. The UFC suits were. So I was never in negotiation. He's not lying. They didn't reach out to me. I would have got it done. I mean, yeah, all people he would get it done. Yeah. I'll get to that before you go. They'll also let me say that this too is we don't know. No one really. We don't know the inner workings of the UFC right now. They're dealing with identities that we don't know. Like there's probably a chain of companies, right? Big business, big corporation. So I do think it's on budget. I can't do it. But he's taking the brunt. Not giving us the fight to see. Yeah.
If you don't know who Hunter Campbell is, he is ventriloquist doll-looking guy. Basically, the new Dana White is he is responsible for matchmaking and contract negotiations. And honestly, this guy's already fucking things up for the UFC. The first time I was really made aware of him, that video came out of him trying to convince Aljamain Sterling to fight Sean O'Malley, despite Aljo being as dead as he was still in from his last fight, and the 3 turnaround for the fight with Sean was going to be too quick. But this Hunter pressured him to take the fight. Ultimately, it led to Aljo's demise. And since then, he has been creased that out in an email. Most of these main events for the number of cards are fights that are clearly the best, which is something that Dana is a strong proponent of. Nowadays, Dana's heart lies more with Zuffa boxing, which Hunter more control as a matchmaker. Because of this, the UFC is in the place that it has ever been. What do you think? Hunter Campbell is running the UFC.
I think it's easy to make and that's what people do. I get it. I put a lot of Hunter too, but if you're dirty, it's like it's not just list of 10 fighters. Like here's who's in the budget. Rankings exciting. Well, here's who's in the budget. You want to make it happen. That's what I think happened. Yeah, without a doubt. One cent bill. They have the money. That's what I'm saying, but that's why they have to be the hiring for it. If the upper guys want to do this, fucking do it. You know? Yeah, I like the chocolate nose ice shorts. We're training. So surprised at the Kremlin boxing. Ooh, this it's getting real. The Kremlin boxing club. He came in there to do an boxing match for like 3 rounds. I don't even know what the point was, but two standings. Yeah, it's just cool too that he actually did that because I understand, so it's dope. So he's been going on for a little bit. So initially, you remember we first talked about Floyd Mayweather and Manny Pacquiao were supposed to do an actual fight, a professional fight. Yeah, but so Floyd wanted to be that exhibition, and he was like, "No, man, that's a real fight." And then it was blurry from that point on. Yeah, essentially, they gave the money right in advance to do the professional fight, and he's backing out. Like he's in breach of contract. So it says, this is the Mac Life. It says, Floyd Mayweather's apparently going to change his rematch from professional bout to an exhibition. He won a loss on his record. Such in breach of his contract. According to John's Mather, Mayweather has all taken out in advance on his pay for the bout after signing 3 contracts confirmed and intent to have a fight go on his record. So it says here, Floyd Mayweather signed not 1, not 2, but 3 different agreements on his purse for his fight against Pacquiao. Yeah, I don't know. Best of luck. Okay. And let's see. Lots more of the same stuff. So this is when I was scrolling through Instagram when you're at the back. Darren Till is now a free agent, so he can go anywhere he wants. Darren Till's been fighting that MVP. Not this one in May, but what if they decide he's winning outside of the UFC? Success story. He's one of the guys. Remember, he decided to leave to rehab his knee, and now he's been on a fucking tear. Success already. Yes. But what's happened was like Tiaz became champion. Said, but it's thing they go to stuff like that. It's time to tie me out in someone else. Not a lot of people wanted to fight me. It was getting really hard to get fights. The next few days, massive announcements. Massive news. I'm sure he's all going to be excited about what I announce. Yeah, thanks to everyone involved. Maybe back next year as well. I've seen him succeed. I love Keisha sign with Eddie Hearn. That's a good sign. You think he wants to pursue? Get Eddie Hearn? And then you do Netflix MVP, Nate Diaz, Darren Till just for that. That's a great deal. That's how each other back and forth. He's going to go big. That's what he's doing. This fits my problem. It's tough. He did his thing there, experience in there, but now this fits the thing. It's not a big deal. That's what he's doing. Yeah. That's exactly what he should. It says, furnish against Nate Diaz. And then they gave you like a little bit of a quote here. Yeah, the quote is Nate Diaz will never make it to the Hall of Fame as an individual fighter. Yeah, so that's kind of you have on the episodes. I know. I could have told you to happen. I get why they do it. Yeah. I mean, I don't get why that's an issue. So I'm also all I'm doing is PC, yeah, which was not true. So it's like, so people be like, yo, job, you're not making the Hall of Fame. Yeah, shit. The question is him and making fun of him for crying, fighter. again, this is expected with the current climate we're in. It's how people get all this shit. But Nate Diaz will make the Hall of Fame. He'll make the UFC Hall of Fame to accomplish, which is still huge. Hall of Fame. It's not easy. So how they decide, when they decide. Nate will be in the Hall of Fame. Which Conor McGregor fights, some for his fights. I come to the defense of DC. Anybody that knows the game, the sport of MMA, knows how this is. That being said, what Nate Diaz is doing himself in the fight is brilliant, because he is on Theo Von's pop, and he's shitting on and it's this build created. It keeps his aura going. So what he's doing is brilliant. I have no issues with it. What he said about me, no issue. This isn't my career compared to Nate Diaz. Obviously, people want to make it that, which is silly as fuck. So I mean, what Nate Diaz is doing in the market himself is what Nate always does. Nothing less. It's always work. I bet. I mean, that's it. These are just rumor fights. It's not 100% guaranteed yet. Robert Worker versus Ozdemir. And this is July 25th. A lot of middleweights coming up trying to make the game as light heavyweights. I think this is also 100% Sane versus Talbot. Interesting. This UFC 30. I'm not mad at it. Talbot looks fantastic. Could have been worse matchup for Talbot. But he's kind of, he's maturing fast. His fights getting a lot better. One fight he kept taking him down. There's one. The next fight gets so much better against Udo. Corey's hitting him in a different animal form. It's before he was trying to shoot a Sean. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. Taking the young cat right now. There's a lot of momentum in favor. Do you think Corey would want that? I'm sure they want. Corey's a fighter, so Corey will take it. Yeah. Corey don't fuck around. You know, a lot of fighters. Gotcha. Should we try some fan questions? Some fan questions. Just so we announce this on Friday's show, so we'll keep asking how we submit fan questions. I post to send me fan questions in my DMs Monday, but it's DMs, or you put it in the latest episode in the YouTube comments, so we have both. Did we get some from YouTube on here? I picked some of the YouTube ones. So on Mondays, we still do fan questions. So they're all fan questions on Sunday. We do the remaining questions, and Sunday we'll for sure see is in the YouTube comments. Put them all in the YouTube comments, or worst case, just DM me the questions.
Pluto TV has thousands of free movies and TV shows. This is Star Trek film franchise and Gladiator, and TV shows like Survivor, SpongeBob SquarePants.
YouTube. This from see him as the Sean took face in RAF. We had a question last week. He retained last sense. With the whole the famous Rogan talk, I think you'd be surprised. You bring so many eyeballs. I love this. I love this idea. I would be down tough task. Talk about a Division I wrestling. Expect everyone's huge pressure. Yeah, King coming out of prison too. How many people may root for King lose after doing this a shoal shake, you know? But you would show some, it would just be, yeah, I love camp. I would be down. It'd be imagine life course. Yeah, I'd be down. That's hilarious. Let's go just top. Dean McDill 874. The movie fan question with Alex Proton being the first fight for triple champs. He got 1-2 on yeah. So it's the last part that I kind of so everybody think Proton being the first one that went Alvarez became the first double champ shortly after this fight. Woodley, who was a 170-pound champ at the time, would go back and forth out before ultimately deciding to fight Floyd Mayweather, and they have a long layup, and then have a long layup from MMA. If the Connor that had just beaten Eddie moved up to 170 pounds and fought Woodley, can come out champ. Keep in mind, so that been just before Woodley would go into lose to the and then further losing streak before leaving the UFC. Yes, I thought Connor's prime was so. I'm with you. I think Connor could have been the first ever triple crown champ. He could have done it, but this all goes to price. Oh, pretty sure that exact express here. He should have become the first triple crown champion. Should have been the 45, 55, and 70-pound champion for his team. Never be done with Alvarez. It's the greatest run of all time. For his legacy, that'd been great. For his bank account, exactly what he should have done on this game. Triple champ and fought Woodley, especially at the time. To do that compared to $100 million to fight Floyd. So that's the issue. So I'm with you as far as legacy, going down as one of the greatest ever do it, and being always mentioned in that, which now is really not. It should for his legacy, if you care about 55 and 70. That's a great point, but once again, Tom, this is kind of a hater card, but I want to tell your side of this. Okay. At King-JQ5VT. I like Brendan, but he's not a black belt BJJ. Yes. Being able to tap moves you're good at is not the same. Black belt. Just getting on jiu-jitsu. You can be able how to set up economy or your lockdown series or any number of complex black belt setups. He's strong and has a DARS. Oh, buddy. Oh, sweetie. You don't know jiu-jitsu. That's why I went to school. Yeah. You don't know jiu-jitsu. I could submit you got something like old and you don't have to. Yeah. Anyhow. Just start again. So fit 3-5. Question. Love from the previous episode, fella. What else? First, be on the same platform you guys in a blender. Your next question with what they were worth. However, we've seen time and time again, fighter. He kills that drive. Yeah, some of them. Joe Pfeiffer saying if it is funny, so you wanted more. So would paying the fighter, same as NFL, MLB, etc., kill the sport because fighters won't have the same hunger and drive to be the absolute best. Keep up the great work. Yes, that's what already have that idea. Beavers. Just a couple of kings and bicep want to wrestle. They love that. Oh, here's a jab. It's a short. I love to see it. Come on, Nixon. Get paid. Keep up that that same hunger and go for greatness with the between them. Oh boy. It's a great question. I don't think it's fair to hang his head. It's a good question, but I just said like we can't pay any guys to stop fighting. It's like, well, let's find out. Because it's not just amount, especially in MMA. It's a good question. One also like is like you said before, people if they're great at sports, they want to pick NFL or NBA or baseball because it pays more. Right? The same, yeah. You look at like NBA, which is guaranteed money. Like, dude, go buy a ticket to the Lakers. You see LeBron or if you see like these guys are sitting out to mental health days, or they're sitting out because their ankle sore because they bring out to keep money all 82 games or however many fucking games they play, or if they play 50, they can be the same. So it happens all as of professional sports. But it can't get to Chin's point. You're gonna be a better athlete, and that is the when it comes to competition. It beats MMA as like being professional or about actual competition. Yeah. Underscore Ryan dot underscore dot 07 underscore. Do you think there are parallels between against Izzy and your fight to Crow? Interesting. He's a young guy and finished a veteran, but was a competitive fight before and stuff to work on. And if he ever you run into a no gear like a DDP or Imavov, that can ruin the hype train. So the problem is, that's the question. Is once you on this ride, a guy of that caliber, there's only one, and that's why the because like you can't be, an easy or pro cop and then go back to fighting guys outside. UFC's and supports right. I would say the biggest difference between Joe Biden fight against pro cop and Nogueira is no respect it. So it's like, to be fair to go to is I if you look at he's lost 4 of his last 5. Those first few rounds against him, very well. Those first traps, setups, screen. You got to figure. A lot of guys struggle with that. It's a good learning curve for Joe Piper. Picking fights next is complicated. Like I said, the biggest difference you're getting comes where I was like, oh, I'm going to start Krokop in the first round, and I get the fight of my life. I don't think Piper thought that. I think Piper was like, oh, this is a fight. Yeah. And even though I know the first few rounds are going to be tough, I should stick with it. Keep doing my thing. Then to get the takedown, his takedown offenses get so much respect for his. To me, that shows maturity. It shows me he's probably ready for whatever he's next. And the difference is he at you that it's very hard to decipher and get through it. And if you do, you can have success. So, in that fight, I'd say the difference is seeing how Joe performed in that fight. I think he can do pretty well against a DDP or a Nimobov. And because he has that level of respect, and I'm sure that was the toughest camp he's ever had, and he improved significantly, which is going to carry over to his next fight. It's solar. Hey, Brody, as fuck. Favorite baseball tournament of all time. With the new July in Santa Barbara. Oh my god, that was so much fun. Yeah. 2 of the best days of my life. Alright. Now, you think Steve A and RAF would be fun? He said, I think you versus Steve A. I think you versus Steve A and RAF would be fun. How would that go? I also think you'd probably. I was thinking you'd probably want Brock Lesnar fight right now. Maybe another one I'd be down to do an RAF. But what's in it for Steve A? You know, he wrestled at the Cleveland State, Division I wrestler. Steve A versus King would probably be a better matchup. But I'd be absolutely pretty very. Now, submission things go my way, but straight wrestling, that's those guys' background. I can hold my. If there's submission, I favor myself more. Chin. The guy's the next chin makes sense. The guy's the next chin made the most egregious UFC take last episode, which I don't think you caught. It's been bothering me, dude. He said he doesn't treat like parents. With Nate Diaz, bro. Yeah, it's a ridiculous statement. I showed too early before he sleeps in. I wish Nick was here because that's ridiculous. Because if anything, that's literally what all Perry thrives in is chaos inside the pocket. So yeah, that is ridiculous. I'm with you, dude. But you pointed that out, and I will educate Nick next time I see him. Hey, 3-part question. This is great. Also, did you see Usman's tweet McGregor versus Usman next? Conor did say he's fighting a no-name inside the top 10 welterweight next. That's when he was going to fight the no-name stuff. Take that out. He's going to get Max for sure. You know, they've seen would market as Conor coming back facing the greatest welterweight of all time and #1 contender fight. If Conor somehow won, you know, they're making this song versus McGregor for the belt. I don't know about that, dude. Do you think that would be the biggest? Looking at Usman, you wanted at least get this. Wet. You know, he's been out for a hot second. It's also where the booze and off is asking for a lot. Listen, let's get him in there. Let's get him a win. Get him a win, or at least feed a hospital. Would be the guy who's. That's what he should do. He just get his bearings and then bring out Usman. Then talk about get him a win. God needs it. McGregor needs one of the wolves where the guy can grab his ass off like Usman. Let's just get him in there, buddy. And let's see how he works. See how he moves. Get him in there with a guy who also has been there a while, like Masvidal, and see how it goes. I think Masvidal is probably the 50th person ever. Masvidal this weekend here, crazy. Yeah. Alex Ricard. A Ricard 22. Show the human rates with unapologetic. Honestly, is refreshing. The other FC fans are seeing people you did by calling people. Curious to know, with everything going on in the world today, do you see the UFC expanding fights to new states that they haven't been in a while? I feel they're really good at the Apex fights right now. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't see it. I don't see it because they don't need to. That's the problem. That's the problem. You know, you're not going to see him in New Mexico. You're not going to see the devil checking the box and fulfill ducks. It sounds like this. Do they do a center on? Yeah, they do a center coming here, I think, or just they're coming here. Yeah. They're coming in. Oh, is there 2 part with it? Let's see if that's like it. Alright, another long one. Alright. what's your opinion of folks so heavily on legacy and combat sports? Francis is the best breed. Come in, get paid, and Floyd Mayweather's Pacquiao's, the list goes on and on. Makes me mad. Remember, those guys make money. So for them and prize fighting, they just have a path to set themselves up for lifelong success and come for flashy, unsustainable lifestyle. And finances, you just have people. What is the campaign getting out? Rothschild saw you at Indy 2019. Outside, saw it live last year. Binge Carrhead's got water. I'll do it. Thank you so many people watching. Been loving that sound. Been loving the added content. See all thrive in Texas. Keep with the work. Thanks, man. The Dakar a professional football, basketball player, MLB player, without being a risk taker, but also being laser focused on that task at hand. So that car sounds fantastic outside. If you it's so funny, too. It sounds fantastic. It drives me nuts. But I'm deleting my fucking comments tomorrow, baby. Anyway. I can't wait. Makes me sad. So what? To your point, you can't be laser focused. And it also can do it. Kudos because I'm being at the idea of in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, if you're fortunate enough to compete that long, they're just trying to get to the next fight, the name. Especially a lot of them make money young, so they don't have family yet. So the idea of not having this income in 5 years and 6 years is not just like, I'm gonna buy a $3 million house. Can you afford $18,000 a month? How long do you play basketball for? Or how long do you play football for? Look at the average career. In NFL, 2.5. MLB, it's 2. In the UFC, it's 1.5 years. When you get your contract, for example, because we all know salary for this one, right? Cool. In 5 years, you're still going to be making $50 million? God willing, hopefully. Because, I'm buying the house. Hold on, young man. You don't have $15 million. You got to pay taxes. You got to pay your managers who negotiate the deal. So that's, a good amount. You're probably $10 million, let's say. I'll buy a $10 million house. Okay. You just need to go into everything that goes into it. It's just one and done. So the issue is even in school, even people not professional sports, when you're going through school, did they teach leases? No. It's designed that way. It's designed that way so you can get in debt. So you're always owing this way. They don't want you to figure out the deal. I know it sounds like a conspiracy, but buddy, we can do that another time. I'm just saying, there's no one educating these young kids in America, especially when they get to be professional athletes. Especially got college athletes making 6, 7 figures now. There's nobody educated about that. Okay. Underscore your underscore therapist underscore. Is that a lady? I think it is. If it is, it's a lady. Mainly all bros, bro. He's like, you know what? Alright, go down. Just we get the gist of it. When I'm betting on who will win, I put your weight on a fighter There's confidence. If a big ego is coming off a lot right after Mayweather, I always bet against ego on a peg. Not a peg. This is why I bet against Summit with Piper. Sorry, and against their photo, smiley face. And he's talking the pressure, the blow to their confidence, etc. Yeah, this is a great point. Great point. It's tough, right? Because when you see Izzy and his confidence, you might look at it and go, oh my God, this guy, whatever, 3 out of 4 losses, how's he find the confidence? And if you've been a fan for a while, you can tell it's not real. That's him telling himself, or his team telling him how great he is. It's not real. And usually, if there's such a confidence, such an ego, such an arrogance, that means that he's not dotting his I's, crossing his T's in training camp, and that means he's not making adjustments, which is the reason he lost the fight prior. He's making the same mistakes in this current fight. You see a lot of guys, man, now I went up the weight class, they have all this confidence, like, yeah, cool, but you're still the same guy that's lost 12. So hard to bet on those guys. Or I'm sorry, bet on it. It's hard. Gabriel _BC. Big fan of your shows from obviously the Mike question over to him more Netflix, but he turned it gambling on him beating Mike Perry, Conor winning his upcoming fight, and they're both coming off wins after the trilogy fight UFC for more money, like in November. Best for example, 3 more. I do think that's what he's team and they're both like, hey, or it's because of the UFC can get more money and garner more eyeballs and get more attention for us. I think it's brilliant. I do think that's why Nate's taking this Mike Perry fight. I do think he might fight Masvidal. It's brilliant, and they're playing chess when everybody else should play checkers. It's brilliant. Legend, keep for watching. Like, subscribe, do all your questions. I got a show that comes out Friday. I'm gonna do it on Wednesday because I'll be leaving for the deal on Thursday. If you're a fan of this episode, the comments below, send your fan a ton of them. I got all Wednesday now. So you're a fan. One day content. You should 3 days there as well. Again, enjoy the week. He's fighting. Netflix is fucking fantastic. Part of the year so far. On paper, let's see how it unfolds. But I'll be back for a show for you guys on Friday. I'll be answering all your questions. Submit them in the comments below. Love you guys. That's it.
ladies, thanks for tuning in. As always, you're the patron. But, in early access to our other show, 10 Shop, where we talk about British shop. So join that if you want that, and also there may be some other things in the future.
Well, I'm doing a sandbagger.
Sandbaggers, is it all? Yeah, so same stuff as other things. Come out with your shirt on. Yeah. The chair.
So if video only, you have to pay for the video version, but it's just me.
That's funny. I like that. Do you have to pay for the video? Pay more, a higher tier?
Yeah.
For whoever the hot chick is.
Yeah. There's not going to be a hot chick, I'm sure.
I mean, it's our show. We can both get a vote.
It's only going to be me and the pinata.
You make the pinata sex. How you doing? How are things going?
Oh, I'm doing great, dude.
Yeah?
Watching the Dodgers. Watching the Dodgers a lot more now. Watching baseball. I got baseball. Fall team baseball.
Are you putting any money on it?
Nah, dude. I'm doing it for the love of the sport, dude.
Yeah.
I don't bet on basketball. I don't bet on baseball. Basketball's a little lackluster lately. You know what I mean? Luka Doncic is injured. Austin Reeves is injured. You know what I mean? Kawhi is like 8th place.
It's that the LeBron James' son is going to play, right, in the playoffs?
You frequent Twitter.
Yeah, that's all I know.
Yeah.
But is it a joke?
It's probably a joke. There's no chance he starts.
He's so bad. Is Reeves or Doncic a guard?
Yeah, they're both guys.
2 guards are out. He's still not going to play.
He'll probably be like second team.
Well, anyways,
Off the visit, you feel me?
I mean, you know how I've been doing.
Oh, yeah.
Always. I mean, that's just I'm always making some stops at the doctor.
Yeah.
In fact, no days off. In fact, I do have May is the retest for the grades. I'll see if I'm still, whatever all the side effects I have, can't get hard, too hard. Remember that all those things are still going on. The outage of Vyvanse and what happens next, right? Yeah, but what I've been doing is.
Oh, wow, you're still not. You're still deeply calcium.
Yeah, dude, this is the new. It's going to be betting, Brendan. Okay, so I'm going to bet on myself.
Good investment or not?
Probably not. Not right now. Not if you talk to the people that know me and work with me, love me.
Yeah.
I won that bet with UConn. I don't know how they're doing right now. The game's going on. I don't care. It's really about their swap on them winning this game. But when I got off the school. Oh, nice.
Wow. Dude, so this is like the golden days of it's going to go downhill.
Yeah, this is the remember the special time. Good.
Ever heard of them?
That win money. When they're not good, it's going to be.
Yeah.
I really should never do that again. I just let it go.
I want to act like a cinephile. Recently watching Casino, or maybe I don't remember any of that.
Okay.
But you're like Rob De Niro, helping them just sports and helping bookkeepers gamble and stuff.
I wish I would. Yeah.
Oh, stop what you're doing. You're never gonna believe this, folks. Stop what you're doing. I know you may be in the middle of surgery. I know that you may be in the middle of childbirth. I know that you may be in the middle of taking your child to baseball practice. But everybody stop what they're doing because Riser has bestowed his Doug. Big Doug. It's world. We just live in it.
Exactly. Spectators of my life. Not the other way around. Watch the documentary.
Oh, absolutely. What's on the agenda? Absolutely.
I can't take any blame for this, like the Pet Cemetery one, but Riser recommended a new documentary.
Amazing. I love it. I already love it.
A new documentary about during plane immediately until 1,000 people land in the town of Gander, Newfoundland. She apparently is really good, so it involves Newfies. Yep. Documentary on it.
No, save all of the Newfie documentaries for you all.
Well, I mean, there's really not enough Newfie documentaries.
100%. Isn't it interesting that you thought it was a peninsula?
Not.
That's incorrect. You didn't think about it, man. And we together have changed the meaning of the word new.
Talent and extremely intelligent, high IQ individuals.
Don't know. All right, I'm ready when you are, big man.
All right, coming right.
Riser, can you hear me? Riser.
Stream is from my computer and mic or whatever just sucks.
You're good.
And doesn't work.
You're good. Did you know my podcast was today?
I didn't. You need on your link.
Question for you. No. Just before we get into this, do you know what time? This was shocking to me. Oh, but the number one Joe Rogan episode is his highest ranked episode ever is?
Like by views or
how else does he do it?
I mean, you could look at the amount of likes or like sending.
Excellent point. No. What he said on a recent episode, he said, of all of the YouTube videos that I have, you're my number one video of all time. Repeated it later. This is Joe Rogan's number one time. Who do you think it is?
I hope it's Bob Lazar.
Wow. My man Riser, that's right.
It should be William Montgomery. I guess that's in the future.
Good job, Riser. And so Bob Lazar was on again to promote his new documentary. And so once, not anytime soon, has gone to Momland. We'll watch those because they're fascinating. Okay?
Sounds good.
Excellent.
Crazy day today. You know, like the mural I was gonna paint.
Yes, sir. Oh wait, yeah, you did. You got approval through the sin and everything.
Yeah. I then the district asked me to obtain permission from the building owner and then I got permission from the building owner in some sense. I also had to inform the building, and it turns out are like hijacking the wall that I have already gotten permission for and paint, and they want me to apply through Amish like mural program because they run a festival every year. I had to submit a applicant basically, and they're not. Who knows? Hopefully, potentially the property owner will back me or something.
Tell them I vouch for you. You can paint any wall of mine whenever you want.
I appreciate it. Apparently, the movie 9/11 thing was a musical as well.
It's called Come From Away. Have you heard of that?
Come From Away musical.
I have not heard of the musical. No, I've heard of the documentary, and I remember the event. Specifically, all of these.
Really, really good. But anyway, we don't have the doctor.
Excellent.
All right.
Also,
And what's the name of the musical?
Come From Away.
Come from away.
Come From Away. Actually, I think it's an expression that Newfoundlanders use for come from away.
Absolutely. I tell by the high intelligence phrase that wow. So before we start, Riser. So Riser had said that he had never, to his knowledge, ever met anyone from Newfoundland. Have you ever met Newfies?
Oh yeah, I've been to Newfoundland. And my actually works from Newfoundland.
Wow.
So I've met awesome people.
Are they very
Like,
kind?
so friendly.
Yeah, that's what it seems
You
like.
know?
They seem extremely kind.
I played hockey with a guy. I doxed him, but his name was Sean. His dad was also driving to hockey, and he was a textbook like nicest person on earth type of
Well,
thing.
this documentary is very nice. These people are, and they're not.
Yeah, they're probably like giving them all of their things. Like, yeah, sure, come on by the house and go home and eat all the food.
I think
They
that
just can't say
There was
no.
one that even I loved her too, but I
No
was
spoil.
walking.
No spoilers.
I was walking through the streets of downtown St. John, and it was probably around 5 o'clock. And this woman came out of it, was so drunk and kept calling. It was just funny, right?
all right.
I've never been called that in my life.
I would
I think
imagine no.
she couldn't see me straight or something. I don't know. It was pretty funny. Okay.
Giant air.
Stream is not working for me on my multiple accounts for you. Is it GANDER?
some career, but yeah, the money part. I gotta be honest with you, that would drive me nuts, dude. That girl was like not into me, and then some fucking dirtbag in California. What was he thinking? Yeah, there's so much fish and eat, Robert De Niro at the casino. What are you doing? Why would you do that? Maybe he speaks love language. Maybe he speaks that language that she gives. She's fluent in. I was deeply in love with her. I think that you can't really control what the heart wants, right? This is what I always say. Yeah, you can't control what the heart wants, but you can blind lock it. You can like give the heart some tunnel vision. You feel me? How do you do that? Just like, oh no, she doesn't exist. Like act like you have schizophrenia or something. Like, those are just fake voices. Yeah, how your heart is telling. Like, can you really do that? Like, in that, I know it's just a movie, right. But he could. He literally couldn't. He kept going back. I don't know if there's a way that your heart, you feel. There's a whole other thing, if you don't mind. I told you our little bit. Yeah, I think this is perfect for this. I've got this new. Your boys on the dating scene, stuff like that. Oh yeah, everybody knows about that, right? So I've been really upset with my first dates. Not gonna lie. Nothing to do with them, okay? But I've been really at like 21 bullshit. Yeah, I have a toxic.
I want to talk about
Under the Commander.
yo dog. Catch you, and I watched another that I could documentary on Gander because I thought that's the one we were watching with my Gander knowledge. The documentary that I watched about Gander is all about like OG Gander knowledge. Like, pardon me in advance for being such a knowledgeable person about one of my, if not dog. Yeah, I watched it, baby. I watched the whole thing. I know about the Ireland and the lady from Canada who have a severe age gap, and they got married. I know about the two gay guys. I know about the cop.
Hell yeah. What was a secondary Gander documentary?
All right, so this is how it went down. You're like, hey, I'm gonna start streaming, and I'm like, okay. So I go to watch it, and it just keeps spinning. And I try with another account. I'm like, okay, well, he must not know. So I tell you, and then I figure, you know what? There can't be that many. Boy, was I wrong. Is like it's the same idea, but it's more about the history of Gander, which is quite fascinating. In fact, I wanted to talk to you guys about. Is your mom there as well? You or multiple people. I won the first one that the town of Gander is fascinating for several reasons. So, it once like the biggest airport in the world, or perhaps just, but it was giant because it had to refuel very often. You know, they didn't have refuel somewhere. It was like the place to do it, whether you were coming from Europe or North America. And then, like the story of Gander is fascinating that it just like started as a fishing village, but then it was actually just like protected land by the commons. It wasn't even part. Newfoundland wasn't even part of Canada until like 49 or something. It was like pretty late. Anyway, it had this like autonomous status and was being used for like secret Canada stuff. They built into me that like I forgot that like not everybody always had a private jet. So Gander, this place who were going to Europe, who just had to stop over because the plane had to refuel flights. And then the Queen of England came to Gander to dedicate the new airport. It was a big deal. She was an open air vehicle. I never thought they'd meet the Queen.
Or if that's like the saying, like, take a deep.
No, dog. That's incorrect. We'll look at the etymology of that. All right, so it's like a
To the goose.
yeah, dog. Dude, little did you watch this documentary. Gander the Command, a male goose, because of the name of the town. I mean, did you not pay any attention? Are you not like?
Did they say? Yeah, I don't think they mentioned that in the documentary.
No.
Gander meant.
No, they didn't.
Goddamn goose.
Yeah. So the meaning of look is derived from the image
I'm out here connecting dots in your phone.
Doug. Yeah, because I know what's going on. The meaning of look is derived from the anyone's neck like a goose. All right. So then the Concorde stopped there. It was the main hub of the Concorde for like its initial flying out, and the town was a bustling place. They interviewed like the son of the guy who was like the head of the Gander airport, who met Fidel, and Fidel Castro became friends. Like this was a happening place, and how people would like this was a fascinating part. I think it was the first documentary. The second documentary where people from the Eastern Bloc. Oh no, that was the second documentary. People from the Eastern Bloc would like come from like the Soviet Union and want to be going to Cuba, and then they would just get off like the people be like, or like sometimes they would. Well, usually the people of Canada were really nice, but it wasn't even technonymous like for a while. They were just like part of Gander, and Okay, so it's just fascinating. Oh, also how the town was bustling on the the larger the scene itself. That this was like you had in there, you had Gander.
I didn't look on the map.
Okay.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you.
Which is crippling.
I'm gonna tell you all about it, and let's not forget Labrador, because that's like a baller out too. But Gander is located on the northeastern island of Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada, situated approximately 40 kilometers south and 310 kilometers northwest of the provincial capital, St. John's. Founded in 1936 to support the construction of the Gander International Airport, the town was officially incorporated by 1958 and has a population of 11,880. It is globally renowned for its aviation history, having been one world. Its role as
Is even further east than Gander.
okay, but it's not as far north.
Like path or something.
I think so. Um, and they were doing some secret stuff in Gander. It was like they didn't really go it in either documentary, but they did some like plane testing there, and they certainly did the plane thing when they were launching the Concorde. And so anyway,
Part of the St. John is because of the has a lot more Gander.
foggy as
No,
fuck.
it's a good.
That they're foggy as fuck. So anyway,
Gander's not right on the water.
okay, it still can get foggy.
Yeah, but if you're directly off the coast, you
I-
get way more fog.
I understand there's a marine there. I get that. Duh, everybody knows that. Uh, I think that um, the second one been much more into like the people of Gander, people from the plains and stuff. And I really liked the part about they had two bonobos. You didn't even talk about the bonobos. You didn't even remember the bonobos.
No, I didn't remember that.
Yeah, why are you calling them rare bonobos?
Did you watch the documentary?
Yeah.
The lady was asking the pilot if they're rare monkeys on board.
Yeah.
And he said, yeah.
No, at first they didn't want to say. Then um, I just thought it was really stories of the people falling in love was really beautiful, and just like this little welcome to 6,500 individuals from all over the world, people, and like they had that birthday party with Gander the commander, and they had all the food, and like, wow, they've been asked all day if the food is cold, and how Gander has a Walmart and like listen there, and they're like, you don't have to walk. Like normally you don't get cars with strangers, but it just seemed like people like literally. It remember how some people would have been is like 50 years behind, and from just some ways, in other ways it's not, but just I really think it needs a tunnel to the mainland. And I know that that probably won't get done. You have so much.
Why not a bridge? We have like giant bridges.
Yeah, bridges are terrible. Bridges get ice on them. Bridges get to by ships. The issue of erosion much more tunnels. Even though they're expensive, they're safer. So I'm a bigger fan of tunnels. Wait, I'm gonna propose that we build a tunnel to Newfoundland, and I think Labrador, in its own way, is like the unsung hero of the island because nobody talks about Baller.
I undies from Walmart.
Yeah,
Pretty wild, but they know specifics of how many undies they really bought.
yeah.
Which I would like Perkins like 9,000 people were there. I doubt Walmart had enough undies.
I thought it was interesting when the people were on the plane for like 25 hours and all got really drunk, but didn't know what was going on, and they had to like fake out the people for not using the phones and vote on it. Like to me, that would be different today. Like 50 people would have tried that phone, even if it says it's broken. And today, they're gonna try that phone. I mean, they'll have cell phones.
I thought they want some of them were paying phones like $13.
The payphones would have, so they just put a sign on it if you were paying attention, and the sign said out of order, so that you didn't have people there all night using the phones. And I don't know, the Gander Academy seemed like those people were really nice.
Use the phone. You know, with the phone. Or use it.
Yeah, but they didn't. They felt like 1,000 people who needed to just use the phone, payphones, and it would have just everybody would have been at the phone, and they would have been like, "Come on, come off the phone," basically. So they wanted them at the Gander Academy, so they just put a sign on the phone saying it was out of order.
Okay, but I mean, still, I mean, they could have been like giving people like a time limit or something. I don't know.
I agree, but 6,000 people, if they only had 6 phones, that's 1,000 cell phone calls or like phone calls. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there. I would have said the same thing. Just let them use the phone and figure it out. But instead, they're like, we just put a sign on the phone that said out of order because there were just 6,000 people who wanted to make some their academy. I thought it was interesting they had the cots. I thought it was interesting as well, especially in 2001, like homosexuality wasn't seen, and gay guys on cots, and it's like, you know what? That's the least of our worries at this point. And I was sad that the gay guys.
That's the least of our.
Were you not watching this documentary? I watched 2 documentaries under Newfoundland, Canada. Did you even watch one?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and I gotta listen to you swallow. You guys hear this MFer swallowing on the street?
I like
Shit. I thought it was really a nice documentary. I've got to say, I paid more attention to this documentary than any of the other ones, and I think it's because, and I love watching when you stream. So whenever you come in here, I want you to stream them, but I can't always hear them that well. I don't know why. So I watched it on a different device, and it was louder, and so I could really pay attention to it. But I did have to watch it in like 1.75 speed, which I really liked. It made it like more enjoyable. I got the whole musical into uh, Gander, and then they had a reunion. Had people look like a big penis. I don't really know what that was about, but I'm sure that just they were that they didn't. But I thought it was really nice. That one lady was 60 years old in 2000, and in this documentary did not look much older than that. Like I was thinking, like she would have been like 76, and she looked really good. And I thought,
I agree with that.
I thought that I was surprised how old they said she was, and I thought it was sweet. Like she made the guy was around the forehead, and she just kissed him, like how he wanted to take a pic, and she's like, okay, we'll take up the land. 12, the day after, where Americans were really pissed, but it was really, it was the best day. Unbelievable how nice people were. The next, like, it was, there was a switch that on everywhere in America that we were nice to each other. People were holding doors, letting people in traffic. Everybody was just so nice. And there's actually a foundation that was started called the 912 Foundation that wanted to recapture that kind of idea that we had. Like anything I've ever experienced in terms of how movie where they have those like the like electrical thing where you like hit the electrical grid like lever. It was like somebody put on, and it was like for 24 hours everybody's going to be really nice, and everybody had a flag on their car. Flag pins were everywhere. This is where the start of when politicians started wearing flag pins. Before that,
It's ironic. Be nice to like come together.
it's true. It's like what that lady said. If you were paying attention, she was like, brought about so much love, and I I think that the town though, aside from that day, has a really interesting story that hasn't really been fleshed out. It was once the crossroads of like Canada or the air or whatever you want to consider it, and then all of that industry died. But I find it interesting that like you didn't have to were flying on private planes. There were no private planes, so you would have like really big solar town, and the people of there really liked that. They would be like, it was a cool thing about living there that you could meet anybody at the airport, and that's another thing too. And you've seen it in movies and stuff. TSA and all of that was totally different. Could walk up to the wait for someone or the arrival gate, and like in the movies where they meet right there, right when they get off the plane. All of that was very accurate, and um, everything they say changed after 9/11, and it really did. It changed. It changed everything. But a lot of ways, some people found so gander, local gander animal shelter, and have the animals come there and be like, um, like, what do you call it? Like, like, what do you call those? No, 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 no. No, I thought the shelter of gander that would have animals, they would take those animals since they had all these extra people, and I'm sure they could have all adopted all of their animals, but it didn't seem like they did that.
That's during their time of support. Their little
Well, yeah. I don't know about dogs. Cats. Kind of can run away and stuff, but would have been huge hits, and it seemed like it was interesting. And the
I had animals on the plane for like 36 hours or something,
I did too.
and like just like crapping in their crate, and it seemed like it was pretty rough for the people too. Being stranded like on this plane for 24 hours would be like annoying, but for the dogs it must have sucked even more. They didn't have water for like 36 hours.
Exactly. Which
Maybe some of them longer than that. And, like they just did not. It was like not a priority. I'd be pretty cheesed.
well, you're looking
And like some of the cat, like one cat had like medication. Maybe only had enough medication for like a day or something.
you're looking at the priority that they do today. Nobody called their in 2021. Nobody called their animal my fur baby. It wasn't a term that was used. It was just like a thing. You had to take care of the people
In
first.
2001, people cared about them.
I'm not saying I'm not. I didn't say that. I did not say that. Obviously cared about him, but there wasn't this idea that this is like my child. That didn't come about for another 10 years or so.
People dogs
Agree, but they
like leaving a plane for 36 hours without water is not cool.
I agree, and they left the people on board for 25 hours, so the animals were another 11 hours.
Be a smaller one of the water. Dangerous, I think. But it happened in September, so the weather probably wasn't too hot.
It was probably
It could have been
cool.
Warm though.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't talk about any animals that had died.
Yeah, true.
And they did, and they just didn't want to cover that. But I don't know. I thought
They should have people like the rare monkeys and stuff.
yeah,
Get their picture taken with the monkeys and have that as like a symbol of hope or something.
I agree. When else are you gonna be able to be with a monkey, like that? And yeah, very interesting. But I think that town has a really interesting story that hasn't been fleshed out, or if it has, it. I mean, it's like this really small reunions every year, every 10 years, whatever, but occasionally. And I'm sure that there are people who are like, everybody's like, I'm from Newfoundland. Actually, I'm from Gander. Oh, well, my grandfather was on this flight on 9/11 and had this stay there. You guys were so nice. Like, I'm sure they get that. They'll get that for 100 years.
Yeah, I mean, they built like a sense of community with those people that survived through that. Or, I mean, it wasn't. They could have. American popular cities were coping with it in like some very small town in Minnesota, and there's no. You couldn't rent a car. Cars were all rented. You couldn't. Like all the hotels were booked, and then so you met people in that split after like day 5 or something. They opened up for 2 hours before they closed it down again, and then my dad somehow had talked to some guy who was like an executive. He was like, "Is anyone come to Toronto? Or anyone want to come to Toronto?" And like their little group, and then they flew out of Minnesota on like day 3 or day 5 airplane, and they like made it out like another week. No planes till after.
Time. You want to watch my podcast?
I'm going to sleep right now.
Man, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. I knew I was going to get this bullshit from you. You'll watch Zoot's fucking podcast, which is like an hour long talking about comedy, I guess. But mine, which talks about mind uploading and CRISPR.
Stream it. Stream it right now. Are you going to stream it?
If I send the link, will you stream it?
I'll watch it. I can't stream it on my phone.
This is bullshit. Okay, we'll watch. For the highest watch Rogan ever about Bob Lazar. Then we're gonna watch his most recent one, which happened like yesterday, and then we're gonna watch this other thing. This aviation historian. Okay.
Sounds good. Yeah, I like Bob Lazar.
You don't even know who he is.
I know all about him.
All right. Then, where did he go to? Wait.
Somewhere in California.
But it's disputed. It's a university record the government did. So he says he went there, but there are no records of it. Okay, fine. We'll give you that one.
Physics.
He got a job. He got a job, yeah, at Los Alamos Laboratory. So they don't just hire anybody. Like everybody who's there has a degree. But if you look his records at MIT,
was it in space engineering?
I believe it was physics. But if you look up his records, they have no record of him at the school. So it's like the black, like record of himself. Worked at Los Alamos, no record of this. He had an someone had an old phone book that had his name on it, and then and when he went there, he knew the place like the back of his hand. He's like, that's where the bathroom is. That's where this is. That's where this is. But they had no record of him. They like erased everywhere. But he was in the phone book, in the Los Alamos phone book for the laboratory, showed that he worked there.
Does the Joe Rogan podcast and does he talk about his movie? About the movie?
Yeah, he doesn't do. That's the thing that's really interesting about him. He doesn't do press. He one interview. He might do maybe one other interview, but he does not like it. He doesn't like the spotlight. And I'm telling you, Riser, and they talk about this on the most recent Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan's so excited that he's there. They get drunk, and that's the thing. Joe Rogan always gets him drunk to try to get more and more out of him. But the thing is, like that makes it hard for him to concentrate because he's fucking wasted. But they have a good time, and I'm telling you that Bob Lazar's story has remained consistent for 35 years, and 30 years, like 30, 35 years, more than that. And I mean, it
Does
doesn't
he disclose like new information that he has withheld?
Yeah, so that's what's interesting about this that makes me want to watch this documentary they made. He worked with a team for like 4 years, but just more towards the end that use. They said they say that of this documentary, 90%, it's the first time they actually can like in 3D and see what life was like. And like, there's never been any of that. It's only ever been Bob Lazar trying to describe what the craft was like. It to be 3D printed, but started talking about this, that the term 3D printing wasn't a thing. And the big thing about Bob Lazar is he knew about a type of, also known as Moscovium, also known as Uno and Pentium, that hadn't been discovered yet, which is like a big deal. Like, he would talk about it. That's how these crafts work, and it's like your talent doesn't exist. Only come about like so. Anyway, yeah, it's a fascinating story. It is such a fascinating story. I was on a uh, I wasn't on a podcast, but I was on a Twitter space with someone, and they had like 2 hour Twitter space, and they're like, "Does anyone have any like stories they'd like to talk about like UFOs or aliens or anything?" And I was like, and nobody was coming up to talk, and I was like, "Okay, well, I'll talk about this. Do you guys know about the Bob Lazar story?" And they're like, "Oh yeah, we love that story. Tell it." And I just go through it, and I talk for like 30 minutes just about this story. I'm absolutely fascinated by it. I will always be fascinated by it. It is that I just can't stop talking about it. It's like, if you have any interest in this subject, you're going to find the idea of the government reverse engineering alien craft to be absolutely is. So anyway,
And Area 51 is like a real.
oh yeah, oh yeah, it was disclosed in 2012. Different part of Area 50. This is an area called Emmer, which is about 15 south, and it's like super secret place. Area 51 is very secret, but S4 is super secret.
Right. Yeah, no, we'll watch it tomorrow.
Tell her
She loves me, and I'm sure she'd be happy to know that you love the documentary on Gander.
both of them. Explain I loved both of them.
Well, we didn't know.
Yeah, well, explain that I know all about how Fidel Castro was there and the Queen Elizabeth II was there. Tell her about this. Tell her it was crossroads of the world at one point. Just brief.
I literally knew that fact when I was 6 years old about the and then stop on the way to.
Yeah, you didn't know that. Nobody knows that. All right. But would you please
and
off? Yeah, okay. Cool. But real people who are worldly don't always know that. Okay. Can you please think she's a very intelligent and look forward to speaking with her and
Absolutely, I'll pass that along.
excellent.
Thank you for your kind words.
Absolutely, my friend.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
3:00.
Okay.
Peace.
Well, take care.
You too.
To be, top the center of attention, whether it's good or bad, they know that. Oh, so of course I like questions. You're gonna love this thing. Okay, good. Yeah, I like questions. Oh, you do? Okay. Right. But I don't like ones where they have the upper hand and they start conditioning you because they already know their answer. You know what I mean? Like, so whenever a girl asks me, like again in my life, if they're ever like, if you could visit anywhere in the world, where would you go? You got this question? I mean, it's been a while now, but you've got everyone. Yeah. So we're obsessed with this fucking question. Yeah. So they'll be like, if you go anywhere in the world, where would you go? And then we're obviously on a date. So much rest. Yeah. And then I get my good ding 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 ding. And I'm like, everyone in this restaurant. She just asked me a question. She asked me if I could go anywhere in the world. And then, I'm in the city of Los Angeles. Everyone's on my side. So I just rally. She can't give me some bullshit like, I like you drinking chai tea like this. You got the chai tea from the waiter that hates you, and you're like, hey everybody. And they're like, oh my god, the people think you relapse that know you. So you go out, you got the chai tea in your hand, and you're taking the chai tea. Or no, you have to sing first. You go, so she's asked me where I would go anywhere in the world. And then I stare at her and I go, I get it in Los Angeles. You have to, it's like you're at a sports event. You have to get in. Who's not going to say those when you're in the city? I think they would cheer. I mean, the new season of Love on the Spectrum is out, so a lot of people are watching that. If you do that, people will think that you are also on the spectrum. You're like, that's what you do, like just stand up. She just asked me, and I don't know why I'm giving you out, She just asked me if I could go anywhere. No, I mean, it would be funny to do it one time, maybe. Oh, I mean, okay, so you're not gonna watch it. You're not gonna like. No, I like it. So you know, so like this actually makes me want to travel. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. So like, I'm gonna go to New York for 4 days. Give myself 4 days. Yeah. And then have a first date in New York. You know what I mean? Take one. And then like they ask me that question because the girls like this question. And I get everyone's attention. Excuse me, hey. She just asked me if I can go anywhere in the world. And I stare and I go, I now live in New York City. Okay, couple this New York type stuff. How about this? It's the same thing. She asks you that news, you get up and you go, I guess you have to have a check everywhere you go. Whatever drink you end up getting, okay, you got a horchata in your hand this time. And you go, everybody! Yeah, maybe I'll give you that. Maybe that was. Alright, I apologize to Formula One. She just want to go. Guess what? I want to go to Dallas, Texas. That has nothing to do with June shop. Sorry, let me pick something else. That's way too shop. Even when I'm trying not to do shop, I want to go to Park City, and I'm going right now. And you leave the day. How about that? Okay, that's a great exit plan. And you go to Utah, yeah, and then you just keep doing it. So I haven't traveled in this. To take from what I just said. I'm going to Park City. Actually, go to Park City, Utah. Is that what you're saying? Yeah, so because you said you like traveling, and it's funny that like somebody says, well, if you could be anywhere in the world, where would you want to be? You go and you say, oh man, life is short. I want. You're cute. Are you better than Park City, Utah? I don't know yet because I've never been there. No offense to you. Yeah, that's a whole place. You're just one. I'm out of here. The question probably I'm gone. But where Park City is, I think that's where like they're skiing there or something like that. I'm not a skier, but maybe probably a great place to go. It looks really nice. It was also so that's the only I can only remember a certain amount of things. The week. What is the next question? Or yes, how I can bring it back to Los Angeles. Because the whole point of everyone involved is that they are in that city on your side because they like tired of being attacked. I'm asked and I answer honestly. Honestly, dude, girls do not want the truth. You know, probably not. I told somebody recently, I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to leave Los Angeles. Not even for fun. You know, is that the truth? Is it? I don't know. What? It's like when I was thinking, you know what I mean? You're just in a bad mood and I need you. I don't know. I guess I'm fucking working. But I do you. I would never leave. I don't want to leave LA even on a trip. That's not true. You like going on a trip. Let's be honest though, dude. I just met you. We're gonna make plans. You know what I mean? And then like, no, dude, just fuck me already, dude. You know what is funny about that? If the motivation for that is not like either just keeping the conversation going or seeing what your interests are, giving that because she's so sick in her mind that thinks that if you say the same place she wants to go, that it means something. I mean, what Iceland, and that's like where she really wants to go. Like, dude. We started on ice, tripping with it. You know, she's fucking you know the Iceland's green ice. That's like a thing. I think it's just like a way to know that you like traveling or something about you. Yeah. Right? Yeah, I like to, you know, what? Yeah. Stop. But what's a bad answer to that? A bad answer is I'm never leaving Los Angeles. I guess that is, yeah. That is a terrible answer, and that's why you said that one time. I'm trying to think of something even. Like, what is worse than that? You weren't even trying, you picked the worst possible. But now I'm sticking to it because I got good news so hard by some random chick. And I'm just like, all right, well, fucking next time, you're gonna hear about it from everyone. Did she say like, you never want to leave LA? Like she was like trying to be like, how can I approach this kindly, whatever? She's like, I want to travel. Oh, okay. So she did say, okay. What's another answer? What's another question that chicks ask like that? Like that you could, because I like the idea of like it's all LA. It's kind of, you know, it's funny to bury so deep
yourself out of it, trank guy, how do you come back? Like, why you just start lying? My mom is the mayor of Los Angeles. So they founded, or their great grandparents founded Los Angeles. That doesn't make sense. My great grandpa was maybe older. How can I bring it to Los Angeles? Oh, I was on Tony. Go ahead. Ding, 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 ding. Just adds another question. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bring everyone in. Okay, I got one, but I mean, okay, go for it. All right, so you say Jesus doesn't kill Tony. Because like I killed Tony. I wanted to say another word. I wanted to say please on that, but I don't think you can work. You can't tell. Look it up. I'll do what word it is. And I don't say that word. We say it on Kill Tony. So bring it back to Los Angeles. Oh, sorry. I just said the C word in front of Mark. It's funny that I've made it. She's like before. She's like, this guy doesn't want to travel, but he's made the C word. We go. She just asked me if I have ever been on Kill Tony because I do stand up. You know what? Fun fact: Kill Tony started in Los Angeles. Then it moved to Austin, and a lot of people say it's not as bad because it's like, a lot of people aren't that. They're kind of, edgelords in the Austin scene. So I was on it when it was in LA. It was more fun and more grounded and not about celebrity and all that kind of thing. I understand we're doing a podcast. Yeah. Okay. So constructive criticism. Yeah. Yes. Like you're not amping anyone up. You're giving them like a. You want to try one on this one? I mean, I think Los Angeles kind of works, but for Kill Tony. Yeah. She just asked me if I was on Kill Tony. Then she really doesn't understand. What's going on? Yeah, dude, I'm not connecting any dots, dude. She's gonna figure shit out on her own. You know what I mean? I'm making dots for sure that she can try to connect. Okay, so you go, hey everybody, he just asked me if I was around Kill Tony, and then you play the theme song from the Chicago Bulls, and like, what is it? Yeah. I know what you mean. I can't remember. If I would have been funnier if I could remember whatever it was. Fucking the best episode ever. In the belly room. In Los Angeles, California. The Comedy Store. Was Too Short. The rapper. That was amazing. Like, these are not. AI does not know first date questions. What's a guilty pleasure movie or show you recently watched? Why would anyone ask that on a date? I've never said guilty pleasure on a date. Never. I've said the whole thing. Don't tell me. You're guilty. Oh, man, this is a guilty thing. I remember a friend of ours in our group once was saying how he had this guilty pleasure about things. So we're like, that's not how you do this, man. Yeah. That's not, yeah, exactly. Or you're not got it. You just told us. So, okay, well, think of mine. Get to the bottom of it. What do you think of mine? Oh, announcing at everybody at the bar is the worst idea you've ever had in your life. Oh, I mean, it was funny. Okay, cool. That's what matters. Yeah. And the day ending well doesn't matter. It's about the entertainment. I mean, it's definitely something you can talk about. You should do that just to, like, have something that we can talk about here. Yes. Like the reaction to it. That would be very funny. I did my bigger belt thing, unironically. You remember that? I remember the words, but what is it again? It's when you're eating with a lady, and then the waiter. By the way, I'm starting this. Starting, yes. Yeah, no, I'm starting to hate waiters, dude, because there's been like 3 or 4 times
in the recent 2 weeks where I'm in the middle of a store. What's going on? If you want fixing, where you just go, you know what I mean?